Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Luck Cup number 2. My name is Rio. I'm joined by Tetra. I know the names at the bottom say otherwise, but Tetra, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I sort of embodied the meme of the guy that's in his pajamas and it's like the finals major and then luck cup and then I have gone head to toe. I'm standing up for this. I'm
Pants and all. Wow,
I'm
that is
standing on
commitment.
business for this.
I'm just gonna say that I'm not standing up, or this stream might be canceled. But I felt festive as well. I don't typically wear my hippie attire, but you know what? People outside of PHL, this is actually how I dress. So if you see me at the major, be surprised. But with that, guys, we have a very fun and dare I say sparkly day, just to
Hey.
set the mood based off of your attire. We are going to be doing something interesting today. We have done this once before, but it is a band style tournament. This typically happens in the Korea region, but we decided to bring it over here. Each team will have the opportunity to ban one weapon and one gadget, and that means that they can't use it as well. So we're going to have a lot of weapons banned, a lot of gadgets banned. They ban them per map as well. So we're going to see a lot of variation. We're going to see a lot of just different style finals that we have seen in a while. What are your thoughts on that, Tetra?
It's gonna be so interesting. I mean, we've seen people play the meta that we know, or the
Yeah.
meta. And so it's going to be interesting to see what teams ban, what might be played now, and what might be dropped. And it's just
Mm.
going to be interesting. It's going to be a change up from what we see in the main PHL season. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and I think that's really underlying what is going to make it fun because, it's just going to be such a mix that we don't see very often. But with that, let's take a look at our first matchup today, which will be, drum roll please, we have Mad Science versus Iberion. I'm totally butchering their name, but we're going to go with that. And we're going to get
Yeah.
started on Fortin Stadium, Nozomi Citadel, and then end things on Las Vegas. It is a best of three, so we might not make it to Vegas, but yeah, that is some good maps to get started on. And I think we also have the bands if you want to run us through those.
Yeah, we've got some wonderful bands coming up. I believe we have the FAMAS band as well as the Repeater, which are two quite interesting bands as mediums are going to be left high and dry without any weapon choices. And then we've got the Glitch Grenade and Dome Shield as bands,
Oh.
the side of light and heavy, which I feel are sort of counteractive of each other. I feel if you ban the Glitch Grenade, then the Dome Shield is going to be so important. So maybe banning it is the way to go. Maybe you don't want the enemy team to run that very, very important Dome Shield.
Yeah, that's some interesting choices, and definitely not what I would pick to ban. But with that, we're getting started. And Tetra, we're getting started on Fortune Stadium, my favorite map, and that means you get the very first fortune of today. I've opened the
Oh,
cookie, and the cookie says, "Today, let your dreams take flight." Take that for what it
wow.
is, and that's a pretty good one, in all honesty.
That is a pretty good one. It seems like mad scientists are they're taking that quite literally and are completely traversing the map bit by bit, trying to take this high ground on this first vault. Although Ibrion are taking it quite slow. They're hiding in the cover of nighttime, and it seems like a goo bridge is being made to
Ooh.
cross that. Oh, but it almost went bad there. We almost lost someone. It was a very close death there.
We're seeing a lot of creativity is already, and I feel like that's gonna be the word of today, creativity. How creative can these teams get? Because it really does kind of throw a hammer in everything that they've done, everything that I have known the finals for. We kind of express that there isn't a ton of meta right now. Things are changing, but you know what? More on that later as the fight is kicking off. One goes down in that. Mad Science is already looking good, rocking that heal beam, healing all the teams, and it looks like Lilo is the only remaining member, and he's kind of stuck in the stairwell, holding it off. He is being pushed, but it seems like he might survive for a little bit longer, about 15 seconds before both of his teammates are back in.
Yeah, he's just delaying as long as he can. I mean, he knows that it's not going too well. Just in that fight, we saw potentially one of the greatest picks so far of the tournament, and it's only been round one. But the Heavy has decided to go for Slam and Charge. Didn't get to use much of it, as got shut down instantly as soon as he popped Q. But it's interesting to see picks like this. We see a Charge and Slam, and we also see quite a normal setup on the side of Man Scientist. but Charge and Slam and Cloak. It's two interesting picks here.
It is, and you know what? I kind of love it. I think that there is an argument for Charge and Slam. We even saw it in the closed qualifiers for the major, used and somewhat effectively by Ruby Labubu, but he is kind of a unique character, and I'm not sure everybody can do what he does. But this seems like another engagement is about to kick off. They do go straight for him, taking some good shots at him. Mad Science loses one member in Iberion, trying to go for that bounce pad. Brings down a second member of Mad Science, and it looks like the third one is in their crosshairs. He does dash down there, but he's on a lower level and surely not going to survive for much longer. There is a team wipe, and we will flip the cash out to the hands of Iberion.
And what a fight it was. Such a fast breakout, and here we are, some lovely shots from Anguish. Amazing mid-air shots, chasing down that final member. They did a really good job of just cutting down the space that the side of Mad Science had, and just dealt with them exceptionally. There was almost no faults in the gameplay of Iberion.
Yeah, this looks pretty standard to what I normally see, so it's kind of refreshing to start my day with some good gameplay. I was expecting a little bit more silliness, but these teams are definitely taking it way more serious than I expected. Nice bounce pad there, red barrel in hand, blows up a nice little hole. They fall directly to the bottom, which might not be the best strategy for them in this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, just through the X-ray vision there, we saw the slam and charge being used to get out, and a lovely winch from the side of Mad Science, able to deny that heavy any sort of space. But all Iberion need to do is play time. Very little left on the cash out. Mad Science have to push now and steal if they want to try and get this cash, and it won't be enough. The C4, the Pyro barrel, I believe, getting it, and it's down to just Lilo. Lilo needs to stop it here, and they've got it, Mad Science! Flip it on the last second. Lilo unable to do anything, and that's Mad Science 1-0 up in this first map.
Boy, those last second steals, he really got on there with no more time left, and he held it until the very end. I love a steal like that. On top of it, they got a team wipe, so Mad Science looking pretty strong. And one thing I do want to note for anybody watching right now, Iberion, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, the light player actually is Mr. Luck, the namesake of this tournament. So, you know, if there are any fans out there that is enjoying it so far, maybe give them a little bit of support, a little bit of love. They might need just a little nudge there to get things rolling.
Hopefully just a small nudge, as Iberion is looking really strong and just faltered at that last moment. I don't believe they are in possession of this cash box. They are dancing around it, both teams, as Mad Science. And, I mean, the charge and slam usage here, lovely denial of space. And here comes the heavy, working bit by bit to trap Mad Science in this corner. But it seems like the staircase is where the main fight is happening, as Lilo takes half damage, and Iberion will take side on one half of this sector, with Mad Science on the other half.
Yeah, I kind of like when things slow down just a little bit. You want to try and feel out which team can get the better hand in the team fight, but it seems like they want to separate. They haven't really gone for it. Surely we're about to see a plug here any second now. Goo going down to build up their fortifications. They're going to get the plug right off the bat, and Iberion are going to have a couple of seconds to set up here for this next fight. It looks like C4 went off and potentially a drop to drop it down a lower level. Mad Science is finally here, going for the engagement, directly shooting anybody that goes in their pathway. Fox goes down, and Little Bit goes getting healed up by his infuser from his teammate, and they are basically there, Anguish down in the count.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the use of no dome shield here. Some great goo placement from the heavy, and they're trying to deny the steal, but it gets it. Mad Science flip it, and they are now in control in this 2v2 situation. Walk him down, just so low HP. The H+ infuser brings him back up to at least half. And here comes the charge and slam. It's huge. He gets one with it. Can he get the last one? Walk him down on just low HP. They need to flip it here. And I believe Walk him down is going to slow res Fox on the top side of this building. It gets it up, but Lilo gets Walk him down, and it's Fox just last alive. The medium able to get the defib up, and it's a 2v2 with the long res comes out, able to pick it to a 3v3, and it's really anyone's game here.
It is. We got about halfway down on this cash out. Everybody is diving on the point. They're staying a little bit at distance, wanting to get any entrance that they can. Fox getting some good shots off with that F-car. Cool to see, but steal is being attempted right now. Lots of goo just makes everything a little bit more chaotic, bringing Anguish down. He has the light in his crosshairs. Can he bring him down? But Luck turns the tide and gets a kill right there. Cash out has just a little bit left. Mad Science still in control of it, but this is the last remaining member on Mad Science, and there he goes. Surely they have enough time to get this flip, and I think we'll see one more cash out.
Yeah, I think we will. And it was so close there for Mad Science. If Dees was just able to survive for maybe 5 more seconds, they could have potentially delayed that. And it could have gone very south for Iberian. It could be 1-0 in this best of 3 series almost instantaneously. But luckily they were able to pick up the pieces of what they dropped and brought home the cash.
Yeah, just so much goo is being used today. It's quite impressive, just building those fortifications up. No goo gun being used, and we are just seeing the charge and slam, but the day is young, and I think we might see its appearance a little bit later. Who knows, because everything can change in a ban-style tournament. Right now, Vault 3 has been spawned. Mad Science has the height advantage. Iberion down at the bottom, just waiting and feeling things out, doing a little bit of destruction, waiting for somebody on Mad Science to make a mistake.
And I think a mistake almost made here. They're peeking quite aggressively. Damage being taken to Fox. Very, very little damage dealt to both sides. But it seems like Luck is going for that cash. Gives it a little tap and places a lovely gateway on top to get out of there.
Yeah, good tap. I'm glad that he went for an aggressive push. He didn't seem to take really any damage on that as well. So it seems pretty successful so far. Now the team, though, is in engagement on the top level of this rooftop. They spot somebody out from Mad Science, but that F-car not connecting enough shots, dealing a little bit of damage to Fox, but they are pulling off. They want to try and bring this over towards D, I believe. This will be a better cash out, but they have a long road ahead of them if they want to bring it all the way over there.
And it's a very long road as Luck is just dead center in a fight here between Fox and himself. But Lilo here comes to help out with the fight that's going on, and Luck is able to get away unscathed. Thankfully. And Vault 3 is still just in the middle of the map. No one is touching it. No one is wanting to take that to a cash out. And they're just waiting for the other team to make any sort of move.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with how patient Mad Science has been on this. Iberion have removed and repositioned themselves several times, but they haven't just gone for it. But finally, somebody from Mad Science goes over there. They set up their own gateway. They just yoink it out of the hands of Iberion. They were ready to go for that vault, and they are about to get it plugged at Cash Out C. Now Iberion is forced to chase, and they're going to have a bit of time before they can get over there. Mad Science will get this plug.
Yeah, they will. They're taking their time with it. They're waiting definitely for Iberion to get to a worse position than they were. And the plug comes out, and now Mad Science in control of that cash out. But quite broken up as a team. We see Deegs alone at the bottom with his dash and Vanish Bomb, I believe. But not much going on. Again, so patient from both teams. It's just whoever makes that first mistake, and it seems like Iberion will take control of the mistake that Mad Science has, which is letting them take control of this site.
Yeah, that's the real danger of being so far away from the cash out. And look at the goo. Built a perfect roof on top of it, gave them plenty of time to get in there, get the flip, and now they have set up, they have time to hold this. We've got a little more than half left on this cash out. One of the members took a lot of damage. Lilo went down in that battle. Another flip is being attempted right off the bat from Mad Science. The charge and slam goes off, dealing some damage into their heavy. Walk him down, went down in that engagement, and now it is down versus a 1 versus 1. Both Lights trying to get into it, and Deegs goes down. Luck able to get the kill and get the flip.
What did I just watch? What was that heavy fight? The charge and slam. Here it is. The charge and slam to completely 360 and just befuddle walk him down to then finish him off with a shack. I mean, what a fight. Genuinely, we are seeing some amazing plays with the very little resources that both teams have now.
Yeah, and looking at the time and looking at their spawn, I don't know if there's going to be enough time for a good push. There will definitely be a push on to this point, but it's going to be a chaotic last-second dive to get in there, try and hold it, and maybe get a kill, block them off. We might see some goo, but here's the attempt. They've vanished bombed 2 of their members, but they need to hold it right now. They need to get on it, but there is Luck wanting to intercept, and it looks like he has kited it perfectly as all of Mad Science go down. First map goes to Iberion.
What a first map. I mean, just at the end, Anguish there getting 3, 2 with the RPG and 1 with the charge and slam, which,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you'd ever see that in PHL. I don't think that in the kill feed would never, ever happen. But thankfully, we've seen it today due to the amazing Luck Cup that we have right now. And what a first map. It was so good.
That was actually pretty good. I was really expecting this to be a little more one-sided, and I love that we went to all 3 cash outs. It makes it more fun, a little bit more, engaging and close. And even look at the kills. These are not far off. Just some quick math. 1 kill difference between both teams. That's actually really well balanced for 2 relatively unknown names in the scene.
Yeah. And it's going to be interesting going into these next couple of maps because, again, it's best of 3. We could go to Vegas, and I really want to go to Vegas. I'm in a gambling mood.
Oh.
But the thing is we're going to change the bans. The bans get reset now. They are now per map bans. So we're going to see both teams ban another gadget each and another weapon. And we'll see if maybe things change up. Maybe we see a Shack ban. Maybe we see, a goo ban. Maybe goo has become too prominent that we ban goo grenades.
Yeah, now that'll be interesting as we go through the series today. It'll be if a team decides to stick with what they picked initially. Like, do we want to just roll with this throughout the entire series, or hey, are we noticing that maybe they are abusing goo too much? We want to ban goo grenades and goo guns. It might be that way, but it's just going to be a cat and mouse game because as soon as they ban something, the other team is also doing their mind games as well and trying to figure out what is better. What do I ban? What do I do to mess with them? So it's a really interesting format, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. The only downside right now is that I'm not playing in it. I kind of want to be a part of this. I want to because I don't know what I would pick. I would just make everybody just do the weirdest loadouts possible. But
Yes.
yeah, we're getting a word in my ear that we have our bands picked at least for the weapons.
Yeah, I believe so far there's no FAMAS, and we are just waiting on the second weapon ban. But again, no FAMAS. We didn't see. I don't think we saw that the mediums take sort of control as what we thought they might do, which is they both just played FCAR, and that is fine. The FCAR is an amazing weapon. It's really strong. But hey, why don't we see some dual blades? I'm just suggesting it.
I mean, surely somebody will get the melee spirit today, but
somebody's got to get it.
okay, so the exact same bands from
Wow.
both teams. Nothing has changed. That's what I was talking about at the beginning because yeah, production just flaming. I'm just boring people in here. Oh, they don't want any spiciness in this tournament. But hey, you know what? It's early days. We're gonna have a lot of time to get the spicy meter up. We might even turn on the fireplace a little bit when things heat
Ooh.
up a little bit later. But we will see. Do you remember which map we're going to next, Tetra?
I believe we are to Nozomi, the wonderful
Ooh.
Nozomi Citadel, which is a lovely map. And I think specifically with the bans, I think the ban of Glitch and Dome will come in handy. I think the goo is such a good favor for the Dome in a map that has a lot of sort of open spaces where shots can ring from far away and deal a lot of damage. Not having a Dome is going to be very deadly.
I definitely agree in that, and I think the goo is also less effective as it was on the last map because there are more open areas, and you can still build that kind of rooftop structure in some spots, but it's definitely more streets. There's more of an open area, and it's just not that goo will only get you like halfway there. So you have to find the right angle, and I don't know if these are the types of teams that have really planned that out. Like if I'm being attacked from here, I need to throw a goo specifically at 45 degrees, but that's what separates the pros from the other people that these people I don't know, I'm saying this really wrong. Take it from here, Tetra. I don't know.
Everyone, for the record, Rio hates these people.
I do, yeah. Just if you're not a pro, don't talk to me. No, absolutely, everybody is welcome to chat with me at any time, but
yeah, I definitely
get canceled.
Check Twitter
the Luck Cup.
I definitely agree, though. It's definitely those sort of micro macro plays that definitely differ on why there are other pros in the game. And like you said, it's those angles of, the pros know where to place goo and where to, where a good pad might be. And do these people know where good pads are? Good
I
other
would assume
things?
so. Like, I mean, just based off
Yeah.
of what we saw in the first games, these are not people that are like fresh to the game. I mean, I even saw their level. Most of them are over level 100, which honestly makes me feel
Damn.
good. But it's they have been around. They played. Obviously, they've watched the pro scene, and there's a lot of opportunity to learn and grow, even from what we're watching today. So. With that said, we have loaded into Nozomi Citadel for what could be the last map of this series if Iberion are able to take it out from underneath Mad Science.
Yeah, Mad Science on the back foot here, like you're saying. But they have taken control of what seems to be Vault 1 on the side of Iberion. Mad Science is still sort of just behind. And it seems like we've got a sonar sensor actually on the side of Mad Science, which is going to be interesting. And a P90, actually. I was saying earlier in the green room that the P90 I thought would be a very good medium weapon to use in such a situation. But it seems like Luck is able to get a different SMG kill with a lovely M11 kill onto Deegs and opens the match with a lovely first kill.
It's a great way to get things started. The destruction's already going ham as well. The P90, you'll love to see it in the hands of Lilo. The Shack 50 as well in the hands of Anguish. They do get a couple kills there right off the bat from Mad Science. There's still one remaining. He was directly there in the corner. We saw it on the X-ray, but they didn't, and now they are wise to what is happening. Going in for the elbows, Lilu ran out of ammo, has to go back and forth, and finally gets the kill on the last remaining Mad Science member. Oh, we're really gonna clip this? Okay, we're gonna go back again.
Now, I may not be the best aimer, but I'm not bad enough to whiff two melees in a row.
I don't know. I definitely I can't say much here. But with that, they have taken control of the first vault. Looks like it's about to be plugged at Cash Out A, throwing down some defenses as well. Mad Science seem to have spawned not too far away, going immediately through a gateway, and they are directly there on top of each other. The engagement kicks off immediately. A winch claw pulls him in. Anguish going down. Healing beam from Fox, getting his teammates back up and healthy. RPG goes down at the feet of two of Iberion's members. Only one person remaining. It is Lilo, and he is being chased down. He did get a res off, but that is why you don't res as you are dying and getting chased, because again, just pads the enemy team's score. So Mad Science will get the flip and have all the time in the world to set up for the next push from Iberion.
Yes, so much setup. And I mean, if you're Iberion, I feel like just due to that fight, I'm instantly banning the H+ Infuser if this goes to the next map. That heal beam and H+ Infuser to keep up, walk him down, was so strong off that winch. Just able to keep him up, able to deal so much damage. And really, I think, was the real reason why they won that fight.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to walk that dog. You got a good medium that knows to keep that heavy healthy. It really can turn things. But wow, look at how confident they felt going directly into the engagement. Two people pushed in there, and it looks like Luck just went down immediately. RPG going off at Mad Scientist's feet, but immediately they get healed right back up, throwing some goo. Anguish trying to go at another route. They bring their teammate back up from the defibs. Things might have slowed down for a little bit of breath, but it doesn't seem like it as they get pushed off into a corner.
Yeah, and they get pushed off into a very, very tight corner here. Luck gonna try and gateway up top. Very smart here. Want to get that high ground and just deal with the team, but it seems like half of them have dropped down. They're going to try and take this vent and try and flip it, actually. They have control of the site, but do they know about the C4 below? There goes the C4, and here comes the delay. They're down a floor. It seems like Mad Science are on the wrong floor here. They've taken the stairs down a floor a bit extra. The gateway comes out, but it doesn't deny it. Ibion flip it, and they are in control and get that first cash out.
Oh my god, they did it again. They just dove on there in the last second, and I was even watching that. As soon as they stuck it, I was like, well, if they grab that, they hold on, they will be able to get it. And you saw a really cool strategy too, is they started body blocking. You can stand on top of or inside of your teammates as they are stealing, and what you can do is draw the fire to you. You will go down, but it will stall the cash out steal long enough for you able to get the flip. And it's a good strategy, not always the best, because immediately you're down down a member, but if you are going for a very last second steal, it is a great move to have. And Iberion played that perfectly.
Yes, so perfectly. I mean, Iberian have been showing off really well here. We've seen some great plays from them. They just sometimes losing these cash outs at just the last moment. And it's a bit of a shame. So hopefully they can go 2-0 here in the second map and win this next cash out. But it seems like Mad Science are going to try and stop what could be them getting this plug.
Yeah, they are ready to just intercept. Somehow they have turned their tides. They're ready to go at it. Bounce pad is there, going off of the goo. RPG in hand, throwing down a red barrel to open up a little bit of that floor. They don't commit just yet, but Lilo wrapping around spots them out as they're making their advance towards Cash Out C, and now they are chasing them. They're right on their heels, but I don't know if they'll be able to catch them in time before they get that plug. The plug, or the vault, is in the hands of the light player. Yeah, he's going to be able to get that plug set up there. Looks like they drop it immediately, but a sonar will go off and detect him and going down. Deegs now down.
Yeah, and I mean, here comes Luck just sort of handing a kill straight to Mad Science, and it's now a 2v2. But Fox goes down, making it a 2v1. As a 3v1, the defib comes out and walk him down, last alive. Lovely RPG to take out Luck. And he has the winch recharging. Very close to recharging. Can he get the winch here? He needs it to kill this player, and he can't. Just about. Lilo takes him out, and that is the wipe on the side of Mad Science.
Heartbreaking, because you're right. If he would have had that winch, he would have dealt him just a little bit of damage. That stun time as well, and he would have been able to get an elbow or at least one more shot off on him, and maybe we would have seen things turn the tides. But as it stands right now, this cash out is halfway done. Mad Science is about to respawn, but this could be it. This could be the very last cash out of this first series in the Luck Cup, unless Mad Science are able to pull something off pretty much immediately. Looks like they're starting their advance now. Coming on the outside, Luck has a gas barrel in his hands, and he's ready to throw it to kite it as much as he can to stall this.
Yeah, and they're going to need to stall quite a long time. There's a lot of time still left on this cash out. And it seems like Mad Science are just trying to get in there, try and deny as much of the denial on that cash out as possible and just steal it. And here comes Anguish actually coming straight in. Lovely shack shots, Ring killing one, gets the other with the charge and slam. And the goo's bad. He's blocked himself. He has to crouch to get the steal. And there is almost no time. The kill comes out. Mad Science goes down, and Iberion press through to the next round of the Luck Cup.
Okay, well, there is our first team that is going to go on in the upper bracket. Iberion have done it in a 2-0 fashion against Mad Science. Mad Science put up a really good fight, and they brought us all the way to 3 cash outs in the very first map. But in the second one, they just couldn't find their footing. Seems like Iberion were able to get in there at every perfect moment, get in there at the last second, got that first steal, and then had plenty of time to set up their defenses on the second one. Pretty much a picture-perfect performance by everybody on Iberion.
Yeah, so well played. I mean, just amazing. They did really well. And I think they were able to come back from what they fell down on in that first map and put on a good masterclass. That looked like PHL level gameplay there, I want to say.
Yeah, for quite a lot of that, I definitely agree. And even looking at the kills, it's still the same spread. Nobody in this lobby was dominating. Nobody was popping off like nothing else. It's a very balanced lobby, and kind of what you want for getting things started for today.
Yeah, it's a very good start to the day. And there's still more games to come and still more bans to come. We'll take a quick look at the bracket. And I'll be honest, I've pre-looked at this, and the only European team has not made it through the first round. Unfortunately.
Ooh.
VRG at that top game going down. But it's looking good. There's a lot of good teams that have made it through. And I think it's going to be still very interesting. As that lower bracket is best of one, it's, lose and you go home situation in that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's an interesting format, but we have a lot of teams that signed up, so we have to find a way to funnel them all down, and this is a pretty good bracket if you ask me. Looking at it though, we did just watch Iberion. It seems like they're going to be going against Vengeance in their next battle, and both teams went 2-0. Actually, I don't see anybody that made it on that made it to 3 maps. So That's an interesting statistic so far. I have a feeling that maybe Reverse XI and SSS and the Wanted Goons and Boom 3X, they might be at a best of three. They might be in map 3 right now, or they might have gotten started a little late. Who knows? But
Who
that is
knows?
the format of a big tournament like this. But yeah, do we, production, do we know? Yeah, the prize. That's a great
Oh,
thing to talk about. I believe that we have a $150 total prize,
mhm.
and then there's a little bit something extra by Vanguard Gaming. Do we want to load up that graphic there? Yeah,
Oh,
look at that. We're giving away 3 bundles of the Vanguard Gaming Esports bundle in game to the winning team. So that is a wonderful prize. Thank you, Vanguard, for donating that today. And look at that drip as well. That is
oh.
sexy.
It's a lovely gold. I love the gold and white. It's slick. They pick some good color schemes.
It really is. And I think there's something as well about like gold in the finals. It just
Mm,
goes well together. You explode into a golden coin. And,
that's
back in the day when they first released that gold, like set #1, that was the first thing that I
oh,
bought in the game. I was just like, I want that. I want to look
mhm.
fancy in my esports game. But yeah,
Yeah.
no, it is a good way to show off what you have. So with
Mhm.
that, guys, we have wrapped up our first one. We're going to go to a quick break so that we can set up our next lobby, but don't go anywhere, and we will be right back with more finals action.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the LUQQQ Cup 2. I hope you had a lovely short break. We're ready. We're back, and we've got a lovely second game for you. I am joined here once again by the lovely Rio, and we're getting straight into game 2, which is going to be Seismic versus Boom 3X. It's going to be great. What are your thoughts, Rio?
What are my thoughts? Well, I don't have a ton just yet because I don't know these teams, but I can talk about the maps that we will see them on. And the maps are going to be Nozomi Citadel, Cis Horizon, and if we are lucky, I should say fortunate, we will go to Fortune Stadium. So this will be a nice little lineup. It's kind of the more, I want to call them the more purple, pink kind of maps.
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe that's what they're going for. I'm sure that was their logic in picking
Yes.
them. But real quick, you want to run us through what has been banned by these two teams?
Yeah, we've got the bans through, and I'll be quite honest, I was quite bewildered by these bans. We've
Yeah.
got the ban that makes the most sense, I feel, the BFR Titan, a new weapon in the heavy arsenal that has been destroying in pro hubs. I mean, just the winch BFR Titan combo is unmatched. It's amazing right now. We then move to ones that make less sense, I feel. We've got a DB ban, which in our eyes only means one thing, that one of these players in the game runs DB, as well as a Vanish Bomb has been banned. So we might see that a Light is being forced to play a completely different style that they don't want to play. And then the final gadget ban is the Glitch Mine, which again, I feel is not a ban you'd see if this was the pros playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's an annoying gadget and it's not used a ton, and it can really shut down a good light that's running dash. But hey, they have their reasons. Maybe they are trying to just shut down a single player. I don't know. This is where it's kind of cool because I don't know this mind game meta strategy, and because we don't know these teams, we're forced to kind of speculate quite a lot. But I love the speculation, and I'll speculate on anything, any day, and be completely wrong 100% of the time. But with that said, an RPG has gone off. Boom took a lot of that damage. An AR at the hands of Max Puerto, and he is getting some good shots. Look at that aim. Good tracking as well, bringing down Uvinity. And yeah, it looks like the Seismic team is pushing a little bit back. They're probably conceding this vault. They don't want to lose any members in this first engagement.
No, and losing that first member is so vital because that really can sway the entire fight. You might not think it, but losing a one person in a team game where you have 3 people is quite a lot of bullets as well as bullet sponging capability. So it's very smart to back up there, let them take the vault, and potentially try and deny a cash out spot. But it seems like Boom have taken it completely to the other side, and it's now Seismic on the back foot as they try to clamber to fight for this B cash out.
Yeah, they're basically directly on top of it. I don't know if their big movement idea was really the best, but the cash out has been started. Uvinity now throws some goo. Not sure what his plan is, as he seems to have stalled just a little bit, but the rest of his teammates are there to back him up. But a barrel goes directly at them, forcing them down a little bit. They're going right back at them. Looks like they have some goo blocking them. A glitch barrel went off as well. Nobody has been spotted out completely just yet. Some shots are going off from both teams. Looks like Uvinity went down in that first engagement. Surely they want to grab him, bring him back up. They are trying to stall for as long as possible, but they're dipping over it. Boom wanting to get some shots off, bringing down 2 of their members, chasing down the third, and team wiping Seismic.
That was a very back and forth cat and mouse type of fight there. I mean, this slow res was very risky and didn't pay off very well for the side of Seismic, but it was a valiant attempt. I mean, getting them up was a big thing. Getting up Uvinity was a big thing. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the time to regain their balance as soon as Uvinity went up. But it was a good attempt. I think with Seismic, we're seeing Seismic, just sort of tread water right now. They're seeing how deep the water is, and maybe we see them push hard here, and they might change this and flip this.
Well, let's see if they have felt the water and if it is a nice warm temperature, or if they have to turn it up just a little bit, as it seems like they're going directly for the flip. They're throwing some glitch grenades down on the point to try and stop the C4, try and stop the drop. Seems like they got pulled off of it for some reason going through. Nice movement on this light, dashing in and out. Looks like his name is K-Zone. Kzo. taking some shots off with the M11, dashing back and forth. They need to stay on it right now if they want to get the flip, but no. Boom has stalled it and gotten a team wipe on top of it.
Yeah. Again, Seismic just sort of showing that they are there, but just not present enough to take out the side of Boom 3X. I mean, it was the movement there. I was just bewildered. I didn't really know where we were in the map, but Kazo was showing that they can move very, very fast and completely evaded a member of Boom in such a good way. I mean, it's awesome to see some amazing light movement players in play right now.
Yeah, I mean, light movement is one of the coolest things in the game. Just somebody that has just a good map knowledge and knows when they can just dip and dive out of any situation that gets a little too hairy. It's what makes a good light player. Right now, though, Boom sitting pretty with all of the kills, all of the cash, and now a gateway to bring that vault all the way over to Cash Out C. They're going to throw down a bounce pad, get it started pretty much immediately as Seismic starts their advance. They've got a bounce pad in the middle that will bring them over and a gateway as well. So all of the teams will converge at basically the same spot. Realistically, right at when it gets started.
Yeah, and it's getting started almost instantaneously. Boom is just sort of chilling on that cash out. It seems like Kazo is trying to push in, and there's the winch just misses on the member of Boom, and they are gonna almost get punished for that. The goo stops that heavy from chasing down that member of Boom, and it's cat and mouse again. It seems like Boom has completely rotated off this point, and Seismic are ready to steal. But here comes the C4 denying the steal. The H+ infuser to keep everyone up. And again, Boom are nowhere to be seen for the size of Seismic. Where are they going?
Yeah, this is a perfect kite. They're doing everything right, and look at this. The engagement has been pulled directly off. Seismic, 2 members down. Keizo, the only remaining one. He might get a kill here, and then again, he might not, as he goes down to Max Puerto. And it seems like they will have to find another chance to go at this. Can we look at the scoreboard? Did they get any kills during that engagement? No.
Oh.
Unfortunately, this can happen in these smaller community tournaments because we don't have a way of balancing it. We've never seen these two teams before. It could just be a map thing, and I don't know. What are your thoughts? What do you do if you're in a situation like this?
I think it's all mental. I think you just take a step back. You go, right, okay, we've lost the last 2 fights. Let's just reset. Let's take control of the situation, and let's figure out where we're losing these fights and how we can adapt on the fly. And then maybe if you do lose the map, you then think about it for the next map. How can we balance what we've got? Because the bans allow for this balancing, but it seems like the balance doesn't matter because the cash out is just moving bit by bit, and a lovely gateway to move Seismic up on top of the point. But Boom are able to take out one. Boom takes out Kazo. Dominic trades, and a lovely, lovely defib there to keep a member up. And it's just down to these last moments. The crowd are chanting the numbers as we count down, and there is not enough time. Boom will take this cash out and the first map.
Yeah, but they got some kills at the end. You know, that at least they got something on the board. Shows that they can come in and play at least with the other big team. But yeah, Boom had a pretty booming performance on that first map. Maybe they just love the Zomi Citadel. Maybe it was more of a little bit of a stomping. They do have a Ruby player in the mix, which, yeah, pretty good. But it looks like Dominic at the end was able to secure 3 kills. His teammates helped out. They got some assist in there. But on the other side of things, yeah, a little bit of a one-sided performance.
Yeah, a very one-sided performance. And honestly, as a British man myself, VRG, the only EU team in the tournament, was knocked out by Seismic 2-0 last time. So I'm quite worried for VRG right now. But Boom are showing a wonderful performance, and they are just dominating. I mean, they're not giving any space to Seismic whatsoever. And maybe Seismic take that and they go, hey, we're going to ban some stuff that they're using. Maybe we ban Gateway, or we ban H+ Infuser. We ban the things that the good players are using.
That's exactly what I would do. Just try and cut them at where they're just controlling it. And I was going to say that as well, is it felt like they were controlling the map. And that then leads to kills, and then that leads to them being on the defensive side instead of the offensive side. And I think that makes the entire difference in this. So yeah, try and cut them off, make it where you have a little bit more advantage, get rid of Gateway, maybe get rid of Goo. I just don't know. It's so it's one thing to ban a weapon, but it's another thing when a team has so much map knowledge, so much knowledge of just how to play the game that I don't know if banning can go far enough, if you know what I mean. There's just something to it. But I am hoping that we will see them maybe crack a little bit of Boom's harder exterior. And yeah, I don't know. What was the second map? Cis Horizon, right?
Cis Horizon, the
Yeah.
competitive map of the finals.
Yeah, and I still hold that it is the competitive map. I think that
It is, yeah.
it's a very balanced map, and I think part of it is that all of the buildings have roughly the same level structure.
Mhm,
There's not one building that has too many places to drop compared to another. Even them fixing the outside courtyard area where
mhm,
it was way too open, and the second area that could drop down. I think that it's for the best. I think that it
mhm.
has made a little bit of the balance better for that map. But I think that it's to my knowledge, and I'm happy to have a discussion with you, Tetra. If you feel
Hey,
some other map is more balanced, more competitively viable, but
no,
no.
I'm completely in agreement. I think Cis Horizon is definitely a map that shows who the best team is. I think it
Mm,
definitely teams can't blame it on the map choice for Cis
yes.
Horizon. It's definitely a map where you go and it's the best team comes out on top.
Yeah, no, and I completely agree. And if we're saying all of that, and somehow the three boom uh, they lose, it'll say a lot for the other team.
Yeah.
So quite a lot to look forward to before we get into Cis Horizon, and maybe we have the bans, the weapon bans. I don't know if production. For,
Ooh,
oh,
so we have from production, we have the S812 has been banned, as well as the other weapon, which I've literally been told about 2 seconds ago and have already come from my mind. The SA-12 and the I
uh, production. What was it again? The
ah
BFR.
yes, of course, the BFR Titan, of
Vanish. Yeah.
course, Vanish Bomb,
Vanish Bomb
and
and Glitch Mine. So pretty similar to the last one, but yeah, the BFR. I guess people just aren't playing it. They
they're
don't want
not.
it. It's such a
Yeah.
heavy hitting weapon. I kind of get it, especially in the hands of a high aim, high tier player. Like it is
Hmm.
scary. It's scary to be on the receiving end of because just one, two, three, you're dead. You know, and
Yeah.
that's not it's not super fun. If you can kind
No.
of put a stop in that, I think makes it everything life a little better for everybody.
I agree. But I think on the interesting side of we're still seeing a glitch mine being banned as well as the vanish bomb. I think seeing that
Mm.
game play out, personally, I would have banned some completely different gadgets, potentially even, although it messes up both teams, it forces both teams to play in a different way. But Gateway, I think honestly, Gateway won
Hmm.
Boom a lot of those rounds there to take map control. So I think banning that is a very sensible suggestion.
Yep, but hey, they didn't hear us, and there's a little bit of a delay, so maybe that's what we can blame it on. And we're gonna see if they're able to get anything going in Cis Horizon. Maybe Seismic this is their map. Maybe they have just been holding it in their back pocket. The engagement is already kicking off, so we've got some confident players in there. Glitch Grenade going down, healing Infuser, keeping everybody healthy. Looks like they are dealing some damage, but both teams are very low. Dominic on just a sliver of HP. And Keizo is not the last remaining member. They did it. Everything has changed.
What I I assume they had a very in-depth talk about what they did wrong last game, because that is an instant flip of script. I mean, to go from losing every single team fight to then winning and literally not getting a single kill up until that last fight, to now instantly wiping the enemy team. It's a massive change and such a needed one. It seems like Seismic, hey, they've woken up. They're ready to fight.
Yeah, and sometimes we do see that they just can see the first map. You let that be your learning time. You feel each other out, but normally you see at least a little bit more engagements like that. There's the dome shield going down and buying himself a little bit of space, healing his teammates back up as well. They're throwing down some C4, opening up that rooftop. Cash Out does have plenty of time left. All of Seismic are very close to each other, pulled off just a little bit, but now the engagement is finally kicking off. RPG goes down at the hands of the light player. Look at this as well. The Shack is dealing a ton of damage. 1, 2, 3, goodbye, Seismic. Boom is back in town.
Yeah, I mean, they're once again, hey, they won at least one fight. That's better than last time. They're improving.
Yeah.
But I guess not fast enough, because they are going to need to get both cash outs here in order to continue on to this best of 3. And, oh, I mean, what an RPG in the shack. I mean, no wonder this guy's Ruby. I mean, some lovely shack shots there. Really showing off that shack Ruby skin. So good.
Unfortunately, too, Seismic was just perfectly downrange for that. They were set up at the spread and everything was able to go directly at them. So unfortunate, but they have one more attempt, maybe 2 if they go for 2 quick attempts here. But they're making their way there. Dominic with an RPG in his hands, getting close to it. Bounce pad as well, going to go for a bounce RPG, but nobody is there to receive the RPG. They're going to now throw a dome shield down, glitch grenade as well to stop that C4. They blew it up from the floor below, but what is this? They might have worked it out. They got the flip, and now they have to hold on for about 15 seconds.
And it's, as you said, not much time. Kazo just needs to use his movement here and deny, but here's the steal coming out on the blocks, and he's run out of ammo. There will not be enough time, and they get the switch, and that is Boom taking the first cash out.
What a flip, back and forth. I can't believe it. Heartbreaking for Seismic. They did everything right there. They got in there. They got the flip, but they just could not hold on to it. Sad, sad, sad day for them so far, but it's not over just yet. Looking at the kills, it's a lot more uniform, a lot more even than it was in the first map. So a lot of promise coming out here. Maybe Boom's cracks are finally starting to show. Maybe we'll get to bring this all the way to 3 cash outs.
I hope for the 3 cash outs. But like we were saying, I mean, it seems like now that Seismic have taken Boom to a map that they feel more comfortable on, that it seems it's fairer. This map is so balanced in a way that Seismic are putting up a good show, and I believe it's because of the map.
Yeah, hope so. Good tracking there from not K2. Getting some more shots off with that shack. He's chasing them, following them, but it seems like Seismic were able to get the vault, get out of there, and they're going to get the plug started as well. This gives them a little bit of time to get set up, but Boom is right there, following in the gateway. Not really time to set up because there is some damage going down almost immediately. Red Barrel does deal a little bit of returning damage from not K2. They're charging in there almost immediately. One of them goes down off the side of the map, and we did not see it, but they're going to go for a res, and they did bring him right back into it. Healing Infuser, bringing the teammates back up in the stairwell. Boom 3X has lost one of their members, but they're continuing to push forward, trying to get any kill that they can, running into both teammates there. They're both very low, and they could get some kills. Trying to follow it up. They've got plenty of time, but need to make something happen pretty much instantly. A res has gone off by Boom as well. They have all of their teammates here, and the fighting continues.
Oh, I mean, the fighting continues, but there, it's all over. The fighting completely halts as Boom take out both of the remaining members of Seismic, and that is not good as Yavinity, who was, I believe, very close to getting their coin up, now is on that extended team wipe timer. And, mate, it's for the best, I feel. Coming in, they have possibly one more attempt to this. With 4 seconds left on their death timer, it's going to be very close.
It is going to be very close, and this could be it for the Seismic team. They need to get in there. They need to find a way to go at this. Looks like all of Boom are standing above the cash out. They've got the height advantage. They're on some nice little goo grenade spots off to the left of the top of the map. Maybe they need to go underneath it, drop it, force them to dive off of that high spot. Red Barrel to do exactly that, an RPG to drop it down further if they need it. Throwing down that rooftop, they winch out the cash out, bringing it off to a more open area for them to try and steal it. Immediately get reversed, winched off. The cash out time is running down. Seismic has just a few seconds to get in there, but it is only one remaining member, and it does not look good for them. Able to get a kill in the mix, but not enough to do anything else.
Wow. I mean, Boom with an amazing counter winch there. I felt like that was the full range of the winch there. That felt almost too far for the winch to be used, but so well played from all of them. And I mean, hey, they are living up to their Ruby titles here. Some really well played there. Some amazing shack shots. I mean, we saw them go so well with those shacks and just able to dominate, able to shut down whatever Seismic were doing. And it's resulted in a very dominant 2-0 win, and they are moving on.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed though that Seismic was able to get some kills. Keizo it definitely got some in there, got 4 kills. So it felt more like a match. It didn't feel more just kind of like we were sitting here and just going, ooh, what's going on? You know, nothing is really happening. This felt like there were
Mhm.
engagements, there were actual some planning going on. And Seismic did win one, maybe two of the engagements. So they
Mhm.
had some level up. I think you called it right at the beginning, like they had a talk.
Mm.
Some type of motivational speech, something was like, we did this wrong, let's turn it. And I really felt that energy in the beginning, but unfortunately, it just didn't hold strong for him.
No, it didn't hold very strong. And Seismic, hey, they're not eliminated. This is a
Yeah.
double elimination bracket. So Seismic are still in it. And if we go to that bracket quickly, just to see what's going on, because while this was going on, we had the lower round on Cis Horizon for all the teams that were lost that first match. And unfortunately, we have had to say goodbye to 4 teams, one of them being the European team, which isn't looking good for me. But another
Yeah.
one is Mad Science, who we just saw put up a pretty good show up against Ibrian, and unfortunately have lost, and they are out of the tournament.
Wow, it is amazing how quickly these teams drop. But yeah, double elimination, you lose two, and that is it for you. So we're going to see a continuation of a lot of these other teams that we haven't seen just yet. But Boom have moved on so far, pretty much, what is that, undefeated as well. They haven't even dropped a single map in 2 of their series. So right now, they're looking like our strongest team, but we really haven't seen the full gambit just yet. I think Iberion and Vengeance. I'm curious what the outcome of that match will
Mhm.
be. But yeah, I
Yeah.
think that we're going to throw it to a real quick break. We're going to thank our sponsors again. Thank you, Vanguard Gaming, for donating those 3 bundles. Definitely check that out. I think everybody here that's watching and even in chat was just like, yeah, it's a cool bundle. So
Mhm.
definitely go check it out. Go buy it, support the teams, and stay tuned because we will be right back with more finals chaos after this.
give in. We're all the same here, we fight to win. You push us back, the baton goes. We're all the same till our statues fall. And we lose it all, and we won't back down till we lose it all. And the baton goes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Luck Cup number 2. My name is Rio, joined again by Mr. Tetra, the shiniest man in the finals. And we are here to bring you even more action, more bands, more games, more fun, more finals. What else can I say? It is going to be a fun time. And Tetra, who are we going to be seeing next in this next matchup?
Well, we're seeing another upper bracket game. We're going to see Vengeance versus Revere XI, which is going to be, I feel, a very interesting game. Two teams that we haven't seen yet, but Vengeance have gone 2-0-2-0, like
Okay.
Boom have just done, the team that have been absolutely dominant. Whereas Revere have also gone 2-0-2-0. So, oh, apologies, actually, they went 2-1 first game.
Ooh,
So they've
okay.
at least lost a map. But Vengeance, on the other hand, they've got to be, their motivation has got to be high. They're high in life right now, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe that we have some unique bands. I believe that we have the SA Shotgun band and the BFR Titan. But why don't you go over the gadgets? What gadgets are banned right now?
We finally banned something that is useful. We're banning goo. Goo grenades are out of here. We won't be having
No
that.
more
As
goo.
well as vanish bombs. But I feel like the goo is going to mess up a lot. That dome shield is going to be so vital now. Especially as that's the only cover, apart from, hey, if they want to run dome barricade, that's going to be the only bit of cover that is useful for both sides. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I love that we're finally banning something that I would expect to have been banned in some of the earlier matches. We didn't see all of them, so maybe it did, but we are going to get loaded into Nozomi Citadel, the Gooless version. That's what I'm going to call this map. I know that we do have some other stuff banned in there, but no BFR as well, and no SA Shotgun. So you kind of are really hitting hard on the heavies. I'm
Cool.
curious what they're going to pick. Maybe go Lewis Gun? I don't know.
Potentially, or we could see the one and only flamethrower come out. I want to see some flame. I'd love to see it.
I do too. You know what? I haven't seen a flamethrower in a competitive tournament in, I don't think ever. Maybe a power shift tournament that long time ago, year ago plus. So yes, flamethrower, by all means, if you guys hear me and you're later in this tournament going, oh, should I use flamethrower? The answer is always yes. But with that said, Vault 1 has been tapped. We see a nice little sensor on the doorway as well. Is that sensor or a C4? I can't tell. We're a little too far away from it. It's a C4, so they're ready to explode that door as soon as they go through it. It did blow up, but unfortunately not a lot of damage dealt from that. Maybe that was a high-level play that I just haven't seen before.
It could be a high-level play. And it looks like, unfortunately, I think that both sides are using the... Is that a shack? That is a shack. I think both heavies are using shacks in this situation, unfortunately. So there would be no flame, no Lewis gun. But so far, Vengeance are coming out on top with a wonderful wipe with 2 shack kills very on topic.
I love how, like, we're mid-sentence of something, and you realize during that mid-sentence that the whole team has just been wiped, and you haven't said a thing about the fight that's going on because it happened in a flashpoint. That's exactly what just happened right there. Revere, we were talking about them, and then, poof, they were gone. So maybe maybe their next attempt will be less of a magic trick, and they'll find something happening. Surely, in this next cash out, this next attempt, I should say.
Surely. I mean, they have got a very good spawn here. They could be in control here. This is something that we've seen teams come before, where they've taken this side of the map and they've able to swap sides of it. But it seems like Vengeance are playing very passive. They're playing on that roof. They've got 2 members completely on other sides, and the repeater dealing some amazing shots from downrange. The light and medium on one side, and I have no idea where this heavy is. He must be behind us because he is out. He's on top waiting. Oh my. Rugi able to take out one, and it's an amazing first pick, leaving Vengeance alone in a 2v3 situation with they're completely split up.
Yeah, they do have the height advantage, but Logan's having to pull off here because he did get spotted out and really didn't deal enough return damage. And it seems like Revere want to go directly towards it, want to go into the engagement. They know that they have the man advantage. This would be the perfect time to bring down another member and then get the flip. Detail dropping down to the floor, throwing down that dome shield, following it up with an RPG as well. Decides to throw some goo to buy himself a little bit of space. But look at this, through the X-ray, the man is being chased. He is healed up by his light player, but off the side of the map we can see that a steal was being attempted. I'm not sure what happened there, but I think Logan was able to shut it down. They have just a few seconds left before they can go for this. They need to go for something if Revere want to get it, but now they only have 1 remaining member, and it seems like Vengeance have been able to hold on to this cash out as it runs down.
I have no idea what just happened in the last 30 seconds, but I do know that Vengeance were able to pick up a wipe on the side of Revere. What a fight. I mean, the building is crumbling. That's dynamism for you. And it's such just a completely flipped fight. I mean, we saw Vengeance in control, then we saw Revere in control. It was just mental. So many things going on at once.
Yeah, and in the first engagement, I was really afraid that Revere was going to be the weaker team, but it seems like they can still put up a fight. Can we look at the scoreboard real quick before engagement goes off? And okay, cool. Everybody's gotten kills. Stand by Luke, and he's got 3 assists. So this is a good match. I'm really kind of enjoying this so far. Look at the height advantage right now by Vengeance, healing them off, pulling that back, getting a nice little infuser shot, but they are stuck in a stairwell, having to force themselves into reposition for this next engagement.
And reposition they will as they're completely rotating around. Stand by Luke, we see on the screen right now. It's just doing a full complete 360 on that vault. And now it's in possession of Revere, but they aren't going to do anything with it as they're going to try and take this fight from the side to Vengeance. And a lovely grenade deals some good damage, chip damage on the side of Vengeance. And now Revere are getting each member up. Heal Beam and H+ Infuser being used on the side of Revere. And both teams are back up to full. It's a complete reset. But damage dealt instantaneously back to Detail. And it's just cat and mouse once again.
Yeah, and they're literally fighting over the divide line. It's kind of cool and a little bit symbolic, honestly, as they're just trying to get in there, stay on one side of that divide, and get some kills. But look at this, just no team is really committing to the fight. It's kind of this pop-in, pull-out procedure from both teams. Finally, somebody goes down. Stand by Luke gets a nice kill with the 93R. Can he get another one? And I'm not sure if they're able to find the last member. Dealing some more damage, Logan shooting down range, able to bring a team wipe on Revere.
Yeah, Rugi there. The iron sights, the ARN, were not the only iron sights that were locked onto him. Some lovely shots from the repeater there. So well done. And they're going to be in control. They're going to take this cash box over to that first cash out station. And again, I think that we've seen Revere. This might be a situation like you were saying where Revere look like the weaker team here. But we might see Revere completely flip the script. They have to deny this cash out if they want to keep a point and go to that third cash out. And it's going to be interesting to see how they do it.
Yeah, how they do it is really kind of the name of the game right now, because look at the height advantage that Vengeance has. Any approach here without a gateway or something is going to be incredibly difficult, and I'm not seeing them utilizing any gateway on their light. They've decided to go for an infuser in a different stack instead, bringing their teammates right back up, but Tana is not looking healthy as RPG goes down right at him, forcing them into the stairwell, and there is a red barrel of death. Dome Shield goes down to try and keep their heavy up for a few more seconds, but gotta say, Vengeance looking really strong so far.
So strong. And honestly, I'm quite worried about Tana here. It seems like Tana cannot take a break. just getting bombarded by damage bit by bit. We'll see if they can change that and try and be the one dealing the damage instead of taking it. But now it's still a 2v3. Vengeance still in control of the team fight. And it'll be interesting to see if they can catch Luke out here. But no, Luke has gatewayed away, and they found a different member, though. The coin, actually, from the Heavy on the side of Revere, with the defib just close by, and they're able to take out one member. Detail and Luke last alive, and Luke takes out one with the 9-3R. Wonderful shots, but gets traded. It's down to Detail somehow. Vengeance are now on the back foot, and it's now Revere who have to run to that cash out. They have to get it, but a wonderful winch, and that might be it, actually. The winch delayed. They have to run to this cash out. There's not much time left. The cash out gets dropped down, and they will have time just about to take it.
Yeah, Vengeance got way out of position there, and they just went down one after each other, and it was all stuck on Detail, and he pulled off into a corner, and he basically knew that he had to kite this if he wanted to survive and keep the cash out running down. But boy, did not work in his favor as he got spotted out and then chased down. Now we have a game on our hands. One more cash out will determine who takes map number 1. I'm starting to feel like this might be the series that brings us to 3 maps, but getting way ahead of myself as Vault 3 has been spawned. Both teams are starting to make their way over there and ready for the tap.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very, again, this C4 placement. It doesn't seem like Vengeance are too big of a fan of doors, it seems. They're not, they don't like him too much.
It's interesting. I don't follow exactly what they're doing, but you know what? Everybody has their play style, and if it works for them, I really can't criticize it because I'm not that great of a player. But with that said, look at that. Standby Luke spotted one of them out almost immediately, gets 2 great shots on him, brings him down. Revere being pushed into a corner, only 1 remaining member, and he's being chased and deleted right there. Detail having 2 kills right back to back.
Yeah, Detail is putting up an amazing fight in this game. I mean, he is just dominating. And look at those shots from Luke. Amazing. I mean, we saw him with 3 assists last time we checked the scoreboard. And I mean, he is now doing an amazing job, really putting in the effort. But Detail, like I was saying, so good. Such a strong Heavy, and is able to really show out. And hey, he's running Barricade. I said it. Barricade is the key to success.
Yeah, you know, no goo, but that barricade can definitely help out. They're running up, going through that zip line, going to the top of that building, healing each other right back up. Revere needs to find an opening here. They are going pretty aggressive directly towards this, and they have plenty of time. I'm not sure that that is the play to make, but they're going forward with it anyway, directly into the line of fire, and now they are completely split up. This is exactly what you do not want to have happen, because nobody is close to each other. You have no more heals, you have no more teammates, you can be singled out one after each other, and I think Vengeance is getting wise to what is happening right now, and sadly they haven't been able to capitalize on it just yet, and this is looking really kind of chaotic so far, Tetra.
Yeah, I mean, there, Standby Luke able to pick up one of them, and that is the first of the 3. But they're able to reconnect. But a mine actually below, unable to do much damage, but could have spelled disaster there as a member goes down from Revere. Brought back up, Detail, the wonderful Heavy, and we're seeing shots ring out. Some lovely repeater shots, and it lines up for Logan. 2 kills with the repeater for the wipe.
Yeah, let's get a replay of that, because that was an amazing kill. And I say it time and time again, but stay out of these stairwells. You are a perfect target for things like that. He found head 1 and head 2. They exploded into a bundle of coins. Now they have plenty of time to get to height, set up, and just play out the clock as Revere makes one more last panic attempt to get this cash out.
And it's going to be a tough one. The crowd, you can hear them. They're getting excited. They know what's happening. They're counting down the final seconds of this game, and it might be over. The C4 drops it down, and Rugi is nowhere to be found on that cash out, and that will be it. Vengeance take the first map.
Wow. Hey, at least this one felt very close. There were lots of back and forth. The team seemed somewhat balanced. Lots of kills as well. It was a good map. It was a good map on Nozomi Citadel, and it's amazing how they were able to pull forward at the very end.
Yeah, and a very strong performance, I feel. I think Revere, we saw as possibly the weaker team, but look at the combat score. Logan and Detail, 6,000 combat score apiece. So strong from those two. I mean, an amazing light, an amazing... sorry, medium. I thought Standby Luke, I thought was popping off, but he apparently wasn't doing as good as his teammates. As Logan and Detail, amazing numbers put up on the board.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing from that is just a team that worked really well together. They didn't get too split up. There were a couple of times when I pointed out that Vengeance kind of split up from their team, and it was just a bad recipe for them to get singled out. One of them goes down, and then you just have to scramble and kind of group, refigure out where you're going to go next. And just in a game all about time, you just can't have that happen. You have to stay close to each other, die together, get those reses together, and everything. And so it's just a little bit of maybe they need to play together more, maybe just to figure out their play style, and just get used to more, strategies or more situations like that.
Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, Logan on that staircase, like,
Mhm.
completely dominated them, turned them into coins, turned them into complete gold. Do you know what else is gold, Rio? The
Ooh.
wonderful prize that we have today. Vengeance is sponsoring. Vengeance. I said the wrong team.
Vengeance is sponsoring.
Vengeance
Wow,
is-
we have
Vengeance is sponsoring. Vengeance is sponsoring. Vanguard is sponsoring this tournament. It's giving away 3 of their major skin bundles, which is a lovely gold and white color scheme, which looks beautiful.
Yes, it is absolutely gorgeous. And I mean, just look at the drip right now. You can see how that plays out. Honestly, I really like that the gun holster, the golden gun with a little bit of white on it. It's just stylish. And I
Very
can't say
stylish.
much. I've bought every bundle, so I'm unbiased. Nobody look at me. As a preferred one. I don't even have them equipped. I just bought them. Like I'm supporting everybody just because I mean I have to. Like it
Yeah.
sounds so weird. We go back a year ago, you would have told me that even 1 or even 2 of these teams would be in the finals,
Hey.
and I would have told you you are crazy. Go away, and we'll have a chat after the major. But here we are, and you know what? That I feel like we're taking the attention away from these players because these are the real ones. These are non-signed players. These are people like you and me that enjoy playing the game, wanted to play a little bit competitively, maybe get a little bit of cash in their pocket, and one of those wonderful bundles. But here we go. We have loaded into Bernal for the first time today, and we're going to see if Vengeance are able to take it in a 2-0 fashion, or if Revere are able to come back and show us what they got.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. The bans have not changed that much. We've just swapped out the SA-12 shotgun ban for a repeater. I think Revere went. We kind of hated Logan that game. Let's nerf him.
Oh.
And it seems like they have. But Standby Luke is the one dealing all the damage as he picks up the first kill.
Yeah, the engagement just kicked off right off the bat. One of the members on Revere went down. You know what? That's not the position that they want to be in. They've now been forced to the rooftop and are getting pushed by Vengeance, dealing some good damage on the return with the FAMAS, trying to spot them out. Again, dealing good damage, but both of them are low, and there's still only 2 members on Revere. They've made the call to try and go for their teammate. A long res is going off by, who is that? Yeah. Pixie? I can't say these names. I've never encountered them before, so some of them are a little bit weird to me. But now Vengeance is on the rooftop. Vault 1 has not been moved just yet. It has been tapped, but nobody has taken full control just yet.
No, both these teams are very wary of each other. They like to tap the vault and just kind of leave it there. They kind of like to leave the vault a little alone, but it seems like Revere are taking control of that and sending it straight to B. Almost baiting Vengeance. If they left it just a bit longer, I feel Vengeance would have gone directly to that A, but it seems like the Revere have seen the members of Vengeance and are here to deal some damage. Pixie taking almost half HP there. That heavy down so low. Shaq 50 in hand, and he's going to want to deal some more damage on the other side.
Yeah, cash out has been plugged. Time is ticking away. Vengeance are going to go directly for it. What is just happening? He just walked in there. Nobody is there to stop him. He is holding it uncontested, able to get a flip almost immediately, but one of Vengeance members went down in that first engagement. Revere making their push directly on top of each other, getting some shots off. They are dealing a lot of damage. An elbow goes down, and there goes down another member, a third member, and all of Revere have been deleted. What a crazy flip. I really thought the Revere had full control over that, but no, Vengeance definitely able to run in there and show us what they got.
Yeah, it was quite unexpected. I feel Revere were able to stop that, and unfortunately just didn't do much to deny the steal, and were completely punished for it. Now we see Vengeance in control of that cash out, and I mean, last game going off it, Vengeance are looking like the team to take this. Revere need to really pick up the pace if they want to deny Vengeance any of these cash outs.
Yeah, there is a gateway and the rest of his teammates standing by the gateway to come through it. But looking at that cash out, we've got about a third left on it. So they're going to go through that and immediately take some damage, getting healed back up by that healing beam from their medium. But it is just utter chaos in the midst of all of this. A res going off, and somehow Vengeance has lost 2 members, the light being the last one remaining and going down just like that. They're going to get this cash out, get the flip, and they're not going to have time to come back for it. So, Revere finally looking good.
Yeah, I mean, just to pick apart this fight here, we saw a wonderful winch very early on. I love the RPG, and here's the winch. Winches out the heavy, so the heal beam can no longer reach it. And then the counter winch, the medium Tanner, couldn't do anything there. The dome bubble was completely blocking all bullets. It did end in a victory for the side of Revere, but could have ended in disaster.
Yeah, absolutely. It really couldn't tell until the dust had settled who had that fight. But I'm glad that Revere were able to get in there, get the cash, and now they've even gotten the tap on this next vault. Pixie is set up on some height as well. He's ready to deal some damage as soon as he spots one out. The glitch grenade did go off, so both teams have some information that they are there, basically on the cusp of these rooftops, ready to just go for any engagement that pops off. But right now, a little bit just more of a chip battle, chip and pull, somebody waiting for them to just make the mistake or make an engagement just like this, diving directly into it, bounce pad on top of each other, going for the kill, having to reload that FAMAS. Logan looking for anybody, but no, all of Revere just looking so strong, able to propel the push by Vengeance.
Hey, maybe we were right this entire time. Maybe you do just have to completely ban your opponents. I mean, now that Logan is off that repeater, he's struggling with the FAMAS. He's running out of bullets to shoot.
Yeah.
Every engagement, he's just taking his time, and he's just left there reloading.
Yeah, it's kind of it's this like meta game that we don't see very often in the finals. If you know your opponent and have played against them, just kind of finding a way to kneecap them can turn the tide of everything. So it's kind of exciting to see it in practice, and it's kind of working for them as well. Vengeance now have respawned. They're on this rooftop. They don't want to waste any time. The light player has decided to go for it. He went off to the left side. Detail took a lot of damage though on the approach, throwing down that C4. Blew up something, I'm not exactly sure what, gets healed right back up by their medium player, and they're staying close to each other and letting their light player go off to the left, maybe trying to find an alternate path into this cash out.
I mean, yeah, very alternate path as they're just going directly down the middle. Some lovely kills from Detail. The shack rings. Logan able to pick up one with the FAMAS, and it's down to Reggae, who is just alone. The light player, half HP. The steal is coming out, and can he deny it here? Unable to kill Detail, and that'll be the flip, and Vengeance are once again in control of a cash out.
That was a great flip, a great execute as well. And look at this, the light player completely distracted them as they had all of the focus turned on him, and then they came out from behind, dealt some damage right on top of him, gets 1, gets 2, and then secures it right here at the end, getting that last kill. What a perfect execution. Really cool, because we don't see a ton of distraction plays happen in the top tier gameplay. So fun to see. They've got to hold on to this for about 10 to 15 seconds before this cash out runs out.
Yeah, and it's very low on time here. The steal is actually coming out, and they're in gas. A lovely denial from the winch there. Able to do a lot, and a dome bubble comes out to try and just delay as much as possible. Not much time left, as Vengeance seem to be the ones in control. A lovely defib to bring it up, and Tanner lost alive, not able to do anything, and Vengeance will take the second cash out of this match.
All right, we definitely have a match on our hands. Vault 3 has spawned. We're going to see one more cash out from these two teams. Can we look at the scoreboard? Because I have a feeling this is pretty close. And yeah, look at this. Nobody's really being the kill leader. Logan's still getting a lot of kills, even though he's been forced off of the repeater. So maybe it wasn't that consequential for him to be forced off of it. Maybe he is just a really good player. And that's kind of what I'm thinking so far.
Yeah, I mean, Logan is putting up an amazing fight. Able to take out one with the FAMAS there. We were talking about how, yeah, like you were saying, how he has been swapped off, but still able to put up some amazing numbers on that FAMAS. And it seems like that Revere are wanting to try and fight Logan once again on this high ground, Obi-Wan style. And we're seeing Tanner with the FAMAS on FAMAS action as it is about to ring out. And the pad up top, the RPG comes out from above. Tanner takes a little bit of damage, but it's not enough to kill them as the heavy drops down a floor, the light last up top. And it's just a matter of finding them. It's a cat and mouse game once again. Some lovely shots from the 9-3R, but Revere will take their time and just back away.
Yeah, this is an interesting engagement, mainly because this is a vault fight. Both teams have kind of slowed things down just a little bit, really trying to stay close to each other as well. But Standby Luke, very out of position, does get caught out, going down in that battle, forcing two of them now on their own, throwing a dome shield down, knowing that they're about to be pushed by all of Revere. Winchclaw goes off and sadly misses its target. All of them being pushed down, Detail being the last remaining member, getting pushed aside. Might get one kill here, but no. Unable to make it happen. Heartbreaking, but really, it's just a vault fight.
It's just a vault fight, and that doesn't matter. What would have been nice, I feel, is for Revere to delay the kill on Detail there and just try and stall him out. Try and get that vault as deep as you can while letting Detail run about, trying to find a way for him to set up that team wipe. But we saw the wipe, and that's fine. And they've plugged it. They're in control. This could be where Revere take control of the situation, make it 1-1.
I would love that. I want to see a best of three, go to three, but this engagement is already kicking off. Detail took a lot of damage. Standby Luke got caught out as well and went down. Some goo went out, unfortunately, blocking that door. They're trying to go for a res on their teammate. This is a great play. You need everybody in this battle. Cash Out is running down. Looks like a gas mine went off. Great tracking by Detail. Try to follow it up with an RPG. This is exactly what they need. Just one remaining member. Winchclaw goes off, and this time it is successful, and they bring all of Revere down. Vengeance, though, about to get the flip. I don't know. This is going to be quite hard for anybody else to grab it and make another flip.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. I mean, I thought Revere were in control there. They took down a member of Vengeance and had so much time and space to play with. It's unfortunate to see the Revere actually lost that fight in the end. And now it is in such a rough spot. Vengeance have pushed that down to the courtyard area of this motel. And it's just down to these final areas and a lovely gateway. It's going to be tough for Revere, and they're taking damage from one side of the building. Tanner low on HP, and it's going to have to start the steal soon as time is running out.
Time is ticking away. We've got just a little bit before this runs out. Revere trying to throw a dome shield down, but it is surrounded by gas, and he's not able to go for it. They are kiting this ever so perfectly. Vengeance reverse winch closet back out of there, making it that much more difficult. There is the final 10-second timer. Not enough time unless they stick it right now. And no, not even then. That is going to wrap it. No map 3 from this group, unfortunately, because Vengeance have taken it in 2.
Yeah, your dreams have been shattered about going to a third. At some point, we'll go to a third. Who knows when? But at some point, we'll go to a third map.
It's going to be as soon as they sub me out for Artie. You know, it's going to be like, oh, 3, 3, 3. And then y'all are going to have the fun. And I'm just going to be sitting here eating popcorn. But that is okay, because that was a fun one. Honestly, of all the maps that we've seen so far, I really enjoyed these two teams. I think that Revere played really well. Tiny little mistakes, mostly positional based. They seem to just kind of lose one member and then not know what to do in that first engagement. Do we go for the res? Do we go for just the full-on fight? What do we do there? So I think that this is a team with a lot of promise, and if they continue to play like they are, they will find a way through and be a strong team. So that is a really strong performance by them, but Vengeance definitely just a little bit stronger in the end, able to get it in 2-0. But honestly, both maps went to 3 cash outs, and it was quite a show. I really think so.
It was a good BO3. I mean, yes, we only went to 2 maps, like you're saying, but hey, it was a good show. I think both teams did very well, and I think we finally saw some bans that were worth banning. The Goonade gone, as well as the Repeater being banned for that second map. Very interesting to see how teams are adapting to each other. And fingers crossed at some point we see someone use melee. I just want a melee player to come out. I just want Sledge, I want Dagger, I want Dual Blades. I don't mind. Just please, just some melee.
Maybe we just need another melee tournament. That's kind of what I'm thinking. We did one with Waltz about a year ago. So Waltz, if you're out there, I think we've got some desire to run that up again. And if you're up for that, maybe send me a message after. We'll set up a melee tournament. Tetra, I guess that you want to cast it. So we got 2/3 of the formula right there. And but that is a lot to say about this last group. We have had a fun time watching them, fun time casting them. But I think that let's take a quick look at the bracket to see if we have any updates. And we might take a quick break before we set up our next match.
Boom. Lost their game against Sadistic, which is unfortunate. I thought Boom were the team to go on and win it. They were looking so strong. Unfortunately, completely shut down. Unfortunately, we have lost luck as well. Unfortunately.
Dang. Yep, that is unfortunate. But oh well, Mr. Luck has definitely made things still go on because this is his tournament and he's been a wonderful sponsor of this. But we've had some movement in the bracket. I'm guessing that our next match will be Sadistic and Vengeance. And we're going to throw it to a very short break as we set up that lobby. So don't go anywhere and we will be back with more finals action.
everybody, and welcome to the Luck Cup numero dos. My name is Artie. I'm here with Tetra, and Tetra, you have been guiding all of our wonderful Pro Hubs TF community here throughout this tournament, throughout the whole day. Now that I'm here replacing old Rio, the question is, Tetra, where are we? What's happening? Who am I?
Those are quite hard questions to answer, I feel. But in terms of the Luck Cup, we are currently about to watch the upper finals, not the grand finals, but the upper bracket finals against Statistics and Vengeance. And Vengeance we have just seen win 2-0 against Revere, and Statistic we've not seen yet. So it's going to be an interesting battle between two sides that I think are going to be very, very dominant, and they're going to butt heads, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Absolutely. I mean, Vengeance seems to be living up to their names. I mean, if you know much about Revere, RevX, that team is comprised of a lot of veterans of the finals from way back when. But for Vengeance, they also came back very recently, but it seems like they have come back with a vengeance. And so I'm actually very curious to see what they're going to be able to do up against Sadistic. But Sadistic, they are well prepped with their own logo here. And starting off on Nozomi, Citadel, Fortune Stadium, and Bernal, this is going to be a great trio to set off the second half of Luck Cup 2.
It is. And I mean, hey, it's Luck Cup. We've got some bans on not just map picks, but also on weapons and gadgets. And so we are finally seeing a ban that is worth a big announcement. We've got the BFR Titan and the SA-12. We've seen those been banned before. But out of nowhere, the H+ Infuser has been banned along with the Vanish Bomb. And I think that is finally a ban that is going to shake up how these light players play. And if they're going to be able to do as much supporting as they usually do.
I mean, honestly, the Vanishing Bomb has been such a great addition to the meta over the last few weeks. We've seen more and more teams using it in PHL. We've seen more and more teams using it in Tier 1 scrims. And to have it banned on this set of maps as well is really, really great. So Nozomi, Fortune, and Bernal, they all have areas and gaps where that Vanishing Bomb can help you cross with genuine ease. Without that Vanishing Bomb, a lot of these teams are going to have to go back to the old style of actually taking fights and caring about when you're standing in the open or not. But at the same time, they do have Goo Grenade back. I know Goo's been banned quite a bit today. And so the mediums are going to be happy with their regularized set of util. But we'd also see that the lights have chosen to bring their own grenades here as well.
Yeah, they have. I think there's been a lot of change on which team and which person is bringing cover within the sort of last few games we've seen. I mean, we've seen, at least game one, we saw the glitch grenade and the dome shield be banned at the same time, which almost led to a sort of counteraction balance where teams no longer had any cover whatsoever. It was very interesting.
That's fun. But yeah, I mean, I'm already looking at Statistic where we've got Mega with the goo in hand. Can't wait to see what Numb is going to be bringing here as well. But for Navaz, genuinely the normal setup. Not too crazy, nothing out of the ordinary. Numb is going to be setting up with, we have Nullifier. Okay,
Ooh.
So with the Nullifier in hand, I feel like, especially given the fact that Sadistic right now, they are in control of the cash out. Maybe they are going to be playing a little bit more on that defensive side. We know that they're kind of hunting for info, and it does look like Numb was privy to detail Logan Standby Luke coming up that staircase. Numb is going to be able to get out. Nice quick heals from Mega. Good reaction there. But yeah, you see Numb, he's trying to kite around. He knows that they're going to be chasing him, but unfortunately, Numb is a little bit too late on the rotation.
Yeah, and I mean, late to the party is no one as Vengeance is dealing some amazing damage as both teams lose a member. Mega down to half HP, Detail just a little bit taken, and a lovely defib brings back up Vengeance to 3. And it's just dancing around this building that is crumbling below us. That's Dynamism, ladies and gents, the wonderful key part of the finals. And we're seeing a long res come up to bring both teams back up to a 3v3 as the steal comes out from Vengeance.
Oh, beautiful steal here, completely unkempt, and hey, Numb, wasn't the whole point of that Nullifier to, make that not happen? You are going to see Navaz go in, but unfortunately that Winch Claw going to get countered. That's that mid-season Winch, not hitting as hard as it is, but Numb does manage to at least clear up the difference there, taking out Luke. Going to be dropping in that dome, Sadistic going in for the re-steal. Numb is cleared out there. Logan doing quite a number of work there with that repeater, but Sadistic, they are locked in here with a bit of gas, but but at the same time, Vengeance, they are shoving through. Detail goes out through the gas grenade. He got stunned out with the goo grenade inside the gas. That's so unfortunate. Sadistic gonna be able to come out on top with that one there. And, well, Vengeance, they're gonna have to try a little bit harder on that next one.
Yeah, they're going to try very hard. I mean, the goo grenades, we were talking about it literally maybe a minute ago, the goo grenades being such a strong part of the USO currently in rotation with these bans. I mean, we saw it completely deny any sort of info for Vengeance and also completely deny what could be a stoppage of the steal. It was so well played from Sadistic there and really well played, just playing as a team, playing as a unit, so strong.
100%. And I mean, without the H+ Infuser as well, we're putting a lot more emphasis on the medium's positioning. And for Logan to be on the repeater, also on the heels, it's going to put him in a very interesting spot right now with where he has to stand to balance being able to get those heals. That is an enemy that you cannot heal, Logan. So we're going to have to work on that a little bit more as well as Sadistic starts to fall through. Vengeance, I'm going to say the joke again, coming back with a Vengeance this time around. Standby Luke managing to clutch it up, but that vault wasn't even tapped to begin with. And given the fact that they are going to have to full reset their team here, looks like when Sadistic does come back from the dead, they will still have a chance to cut them off.
They will still have a chance, but I think they just need to invest in a bit of color theory thoughts. I think red and blue, I feel like they don't get mixed up that much. So it's they just need to figure out who to heal properly, and then they'll be fine. But Vengeance in control.
As someone who also runs medium heal beam, sometimes you just be pressing buttons, all right? And that's just the name of the game. We're going to be seeing now Sadistic not being able to get in the way of Vengeance here early, but a nice angular pad is going to allow them to take height. But without the Vanishing Bomb, we're finally seeing an effect of one of these bans where without the Vanishing Bomb, Sadistic has to make this cross out in the open. It's super tough. And we see the Vengeance being stacked up on the, I guess, the correct full height up on the actual stasis part of this building. Ooh, is going to allow them a good amount of presence, but even so, he's peeking the corner with the heal beam again. What are we doing?
There's a lot going on, and right now, kills are racking in the kill feed as Vengeance down to last member, Luke, once again, that 9-3R that he showed he could use so well in the last game we saw him in, now left last alive for the side of Vengeance, and Sadistic will be able to get that flip, and Luke will just try and wait out the death timers. He's going to wait for his teammates so they can build back and have one last shot at this cash out.
That was such a confusing play by Vengeance because they had full control. The cash out didn't even get dropped or anything. We just had Sadistic shoving into a staircase, and somehow Vengeance lost that. You know what? This is what we have these tournaments for, though. This is pretty great practice, pretty great, motions for these teams. For Vengeance to be able to come back, though, this is what happened last time, where Vengeance, they lost control of the box. Granted, last time, Vengeance just had barely stolen it out. But this time around, they have to make this one count. Jumping in from the top ropes there with the red barrel. They're going to drop it. Looks like it's dropped onto a pad, pre-placed there by Sadistic's Mega. They do have a possibility to utilize some goo here. Looks like a lot of goo being run by Vengeance, but none of it being thrown in the right places. They drop into Sadistic, and Sadistic, they have the initial damage just going all in their favor. Once again, it's just up to Luke here, 1v1 against Navaz, but Navaz gets the shots. That's going to be Sadistic coming out with a clean 2-0 on Nozomi Citadel.
I mean, yeah, what a clean 2-0, and a very fast 2-0 as well. I feel like this entire tournament has been that. We've seen very fast games and no messing about. I feel in PHL, we're seeing a lot of sort of tantalizing games. We're seeing slow gameplay, specifically from, hey, big up EU. We're seeing some slower gameplay, but here it's just hit after hit after hit. It's very fast-paced.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things where for a team like Vengeance, yeah, you can get a quick steal, yeah, you can win a team fight at the vault, but if you're not paying attention to how these teams are moving around, a team like Sadistic who knows exactly when to hit those precise strikes, then you're really just going to get taken advantage of. And I think when we were talking about the Vanishing Bomb actually having use and being banned in that one movement towards the end where Sadistic was trying to take height, Vengeance had an early pick. And they had the early opportunity to get that damage, but they weren't able to capitalize on it. And I don't know if that's because Logan wasn't in the right spot to hit a hit a bounce pad in an area where they were going to be able to ape on them. I don't know if they just lacked the confidence to be able to take full control of that early damage. Maybe it's because, hey, you're not used to the fact that the other team doesn't have the H+ infuser, and so you know that all that damage might be healed up. But then you remember, hey, H+ infuser's banned. They're all damaged. Only one dude can be healing, and if he's cut off with a single goo grenade or a missed pad from full height, then that's perfect timing to take advantage of the situation. But they didn't. They stuck on their full height, and then they waited for them to actually recoup their health bars. And then when Sadistic went in on that fateful staircase and just won the fight with less health. I don't know exactly how that all shaked out. I was casting it, but I think Vengeance has to be a little bit more on the dot and a little bit more, I guess, intentional with their motions of the way that they're actually choosing to move off of the plays that they're going on. Seems that we have the same bans coming now into Fortune Stadium.
Yeah, I mean, Fortune Stadium is going to be a big shift. I think that having it be such a close, I feel like it wasn't that close. I think we had a lot of team fights that ended up being very, very one-sided. And like you were saying, that H+ infuser trapping them off, that is half the heal's cut off. And in a meta right now where healing is a big, big part of how to keep a team fight rolling, having that H+ infuser completely removed is so strong. And it's just a completely change in what we've seen from PHL, especially when we have that nullifier as well. Imagine using the null. I don't think it was brought out. I don't think it was used that match. Yeah, nullifying that heal beam so that there's no heals is going to be even stronger. It's such a good pick when that H+ infuser is taken out of the picture.
You got it exactly, right? It's being able to figure out where you get the most value out of the gadgets that you're bringing in. And I think that that's the other half of these band style tournaments that genuinely people can forget about, because when you're on a different set of gadgets than you're used to training on, than you're used to playing, you have to actively remember to put yourself in situations to use the new gadgets that you're bringing in replacement of those. And you have to be adapting to the fact that the other team is using different gadgets than you're expecting. So if you're going to be choosing to bring in a nullifier and then you never nullify a single enemy, that's essentially nerfing yourself with an entire gadget slot, which can't be understated. And as you said, choosing to use it to take out the medium player, even without getting a kill, you are just removing the opportunity of heals, making all of your other damage do that much more. It's a huge opportunity. That's why we see Numb here knowing that, hey, maybe we can't make full use of the nullifier. So just going to bring in sonars instead. We see Standby Luke. We're going to be actually going with the glitch nade here and goo. So once again, Vengeance opting for the double goo.
Yeah, the old double goo, the infamous strategy in this tournament. And I mean, we're seeing a lot of goo in the current meta, but it seems like the Sadistic are just not waiting around at all and are taking Vault 1 straight to cash out A, getting that plug-in. But will it be stopped here? A lovely win brings it off, and the Vault is now in control of Vengeance, who can plug it and get things started.
That's a fantastic moment of opportunity there. Where were Numb and Navaz? They just, I guess, weren't in the right spot, which is crazy because on Sector 4, y'all just take the middle bounce pad and then you're together. But, I mean, again, this is, yeah, we'll see. They just weren't on the same floor there. Maybe Navaz was waiting to drop it in. Maybe they were looking for a red barrel. But, yeah, this is one of those things where with this tournament, we get teams that are actually able to learn when they're up against another team with money on the line, with some higher stakes, that the plays are a bit different. So Sadistic's Mega is going to be coming back into the fray here. Once again, though, they're separated by a floor. It's going to take a little bit of extra time to climb that staircase.
Yeah, I mean, there's the heal being coming out as Numb was taken down to such low HP. And again, it's that thought of, you know, they're so far away, split up. They need to regroup and figure out what's the plan of action here. How are they going to attack this? Because Vengeance are in such a good situation here. They have the high ground, they have the defense set up, and it's been so long from any sort of damage dealt that they have so much defense set up that they can plan straight ahead of what Sadistic are doing.
100%, but this is where Sadistic has come back before. When they're able to just get involved in that cash out, they steal it from right under Vengeance's eyes. They've done it twice now. See what they can do this time around. Numb, early shots with the ARN, gonna be great. And here we go, Sadistic are gonna be taking control of that cash out. And with that goo, They're going to clear that drop once more. Vengeance coming in from the top ropes, and Numb making great use of the sonar grenade through all of the chaos of the building crumbling. That extra little bit of smoke is going to allow them to get that damage for free, but haven't stuck that seal just yet, nor have they committed to any of the kills. Vengeance right now able to survive just a little bit. Luke going to be throwing in a little bit of glitch grenade, but we do have Mega just sitting on the goo, still allowing him to stay alive here. He's sticking the steel. The entirety of Vengeance has fallen. One more goo stall. Wait, is that enough? Vengeance. Oh my God, Luke with a goo stall. Actually insane.
What the? What just happened? I mean, I thought that was a self goo stall. I thought they were dead.
I mean, I'm not used to seeing light players running goo, the double goo. I do believe that the first goo that was thrown that kind of prevented him from getting pulled off, I do think that was Vengeance's goo. They were trying to hit a goo stall, but then Luke just reorganized himself to get that second shot. Also, Luke just got deleted. Absolutely insane shots there. Sadistic, I mean, this is the first time they've lost a cash out in this series so far, and so looks like they're coming back a little bit harder this time around.
Yeah, I mean, they've woken up. I think they realized that what they did there was the Vengeance, I think, very fairly won that cash out, but I think that Sadistic should be the ones in control here, and so I think they've realized that. They're wanting to take control of this, and so they're taking it straight to where they can have control, which is the hospital. And it's not going to look good for Vengeance here, as they have to cross this with no Vanish Bomb.
Yeah, with no Vanish Bomb, but looks like they're going to be able to do it. Luke just full sends it, but wait, he forgot to put the first gateway, so there we go, the reverse gate to hospital. The fact that he was able to do that as well is incredible. Vengeance somehow reverse gates their way into hospital. Great entry point as well, all the way on the top floor right now. So going to be using a C4 to open up a hole into the plaza area downstairs, and looking like Cash Out C is well defended by Sadistic, but Sadistic is opting to not get any off angles, really. They're trying to just crowd around that new hole that Vengeance has opened, but Vengeance isn't diving in just yet.
No, but they are being detected. Those sonar grenades are really coming in handy. Numb has definitely picked a better option than the Nullifier. Even though, I'm going to say it, Nullifier, I want to see some time with it. I think it definitely deserves some time. But those sonars are coming in handy. But so far, it's not looking good, as a wonderful witch comes out, doesn't trade anything, and it's down to Sadistic in a 1v3, as Logan, the last alive, unable to do anything, goes down to his own flame barrel.
Wow, that was over before it started. I mean, Sadistic just absolutely living up to their name with the way that they were able to clutch that in. But, I mean, I like that Vengeance took that timed and tempered approach, but when they threw detail out the side through the window, they have to understand that there are multiple angles that are going to be looking at you. And when you're trying to get a winch, you don't want to be that exposed. And, well, that's that mid-season winch there once again, kind of betraying Vengeance just a little bit. They do have enough time to maybe start this up, but unless they get an early pick and start that steal immediately, no, unfortunately, even with that double drop, they're going to have to commit one player, and he's already winched off it. That's going to be Sadistic taking this cash out, but the fight, well, Detail's already down. Stand by Luke, last remaining, 1 HP in a dream, but not going to be able to do much without 1 HP.
Yeah, Vengeance sent 60 even deeper to the ground, losing that cash out, and then also being wiped as a reason of it. Sadistic have locked in. That's the only way I can put it. They decided that what they did in that first cash out wasn't good enough, and so they've decided that they need to do better, and this is them playing so much better.
So much better indeed. I gotta say, it is great to see these teams sort of figuring out what to do with their newer loadouts. And granted, no Vanish Bomb. We have seen a lot of teams run without Vanish Bomb for the early part of the season, less so in the latter half of the season. But without the H+ Infuser, it's weird to see the lights sort of not going on their own like they should be. Oh, but Navaz going absolutely Insano style there. Gonna be able to do a lot of damage here, but once again, with Mega out of the picture, no heals on the board for Sadistic. So both teams are going to have to really prio getting their medium up, and Vengeance, they're just not doing it. Logan's trophy being left standing out in the cold. Stand by Luke in Detail. They are surviving for now, though, Tetra.
They are, just about. I mean, Stand by Luke, half HP. but able to pick up one is D-Town. D-Town now last alive for the side of Vengeance, and I think he knows his time is up. And there's a lovely wipe. Sadistic now in control of that cash box. They can take it wherever they want. They can take it to D, to C, and they are the ones in control.
There it is. But yeah, I mean, again, this is sort of figuring out where the lights are able to place themselves and how the lights can figure out what to do without needing to worry about keeping the team vanished up or keeping the team healed up. And I think that Numb has had a little bit more presence in that, where Standby Luke has the survivability, has that factor of just being able to be the clutch key for the team. But for the rest of like these motions that the team are doing, it seems like they're still anticipating some more from the light that is literally banned out. And right now, Numb is taking upon himself to kind of be that exerted damage dealer towards the edge of this Holto building. And with that sonar grenade, not going to be finding too much info over here, but no info is also going to be info the team can play off of. And we see that where Navaz and Mega are playing off of, they're trying to anticipate a hit over the other Holto building, but it's going to come from down there. And Standby Luke deleted.
Yeah, I mean, Numb is doing such a good job in dealing, like you were saying, being that damage dealer, being that just annoying mosquito of a player that is just annoying to deal with. And here comes a lovely pad up top. Some lovely damage dealt to Navaz as he is the one to fight the other side of this alongside Mega. Logan down to half HP, and Sadistic will make the smart choice to just run away. They don't have to fight this. Vengeance are the one on the attack. They can take their time, and they spot a member of Vengeance using the lift to get up to the top floor. That still comes through. And there's no C4 to deny, actually. That denies wants a lovely winch, but their time is running out, and Vengeance need a master plan in order to win, as the last two members are just low. Standby Luke last alive, but he's standing alone as Luke has to do a mega job in order to win this and make it through to the next round, and that's the wipe.
Looks like Mega was the one to deal that mega job and finish the wipe there on a Vengeance. But yeah, and again, it come down to the fact that Sadistic was playing with Numb on that angle as that mosquito, just dealing damage over the sideline and sort of pushing Vengeance, kind of like being the herding vehicle to get the rest of the team into the place where Sadistic could then play off of it. And yeah, they lost that first cash out, but once they were able to figure out, all right, I don't have the H+ infuser, I don't have to stand anywhere near these guys. But for Vengeance, relying on Standby Luke means that, well, they're going to be relying on util that isn't there, and falling away from that, I guess it looked like Sadistic was able to just keep that heal consistent through Mega, and that's what made the difference.
Yeah, and it was a very big difference. I mean, Sadistic showing why they have gone, I mean, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1. Navaz. What just
9-0.
damage.
9-0 for Navaz.
Damn.
What a game.
I mean, they all did such a good job. Mega, even though not putting up damage numbers, put up some amazing support score and just some 9 assists. I mean, that is a number in itself.
That is 9 times he kept Navaz healed while Navaz was getting the damage out. That is how you want to play on that medium. And I guess Mega definitely has earned that nightmare tag. But a beautiful game so far. I mean, honestly, Vengeance still great motions. The fact they were able to learn and adapt from that sort of rough Nozomi start into Fortune Stadium where they got the very first cash out is really good. Again, this is what these tournaments are for these teams to get a lot of really good practice, a lot of really good set into what it's like to compete in the finals esports. And that's why we do these Luck Cups. That's why I love watching them, is these up and coming teams where, hey, maybe next year we're going to be seeing these teams come through in a big way. And yeah, for all these players, it's great experience. And for Vengeance, they're not out of the running just yet.
Yeah, they're not out of the running. They have been sent to the lower bracket of this tournament, and Sadistic will take their spot in the grand finals. We'll head to the bracket to show everyone what is going on right now. Sadistic beat Vengeance. We just saw that 2-0. And unfortunately, we did lose two teams while that game was going on. Mog Squad and IAM, unfortunately, eliminated. But we've got 4 good teams in this lower quarterfinals that is going on right now. And Vengeance also take their spot in the lower finals. So they are still in with a chance. It's looking good for them.
It's looking good. And yeah, we do have the possibility for a rematch as well with Revere XL versus Space Shubes, should both those teams commence into the lower semifinals if they win their lower quarters. That's going to be a very interesting rematch, to say the least. And over to the side of it as well, I'm looking to see that for Vengeance, locking in that lower final area, they want to have a rematch up against Sadistic, and we know they're able to go toe-to-toe, but we'll have to wait to see what happens. We're going to go to a small break while we get some off-screen finishings up, see what happens, see where the teams are, see what everyone's doing. And so don't go anywhere, chat. We'll be with you right after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Luck Cup 2. I'm Artie. That's Tetra, and we are getting ready to jump in. We've got 3 matches remaining as we're about to jump into the lower semifinals to figure out who is going to be going up against Vengeance. And take a little look at the bracket here and figure out exactly what's going on. It is going to be RevX versus Space Shubes, Tetra.
It's gonna be a good matchup. I mean, it's so far we've seen RevX on stream. Shubes, on the other hand, Space Shubes, we've not seen. So it's gonna be very interesting. And talking about interesting, I'm gonna jump straight into the bans because I am bubbling with excitement. So the map picks today, we've got Nozomi, Banal, and Monaco, which we've not actually seen played yet so far on stream, which will be interesting to go to a third map. And I mean, Artie. The bands.
The bands. I mean, I wish we had like a fancy reveal graphic to show like exactly what's happening, but there's not gonna be any defibs coming through to this next one here. The defibrillator has been defibrillate. Someone pretend that was like really good.
Yeah, that
I
was
had a
good.
one
That
there.
was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of them was good. At least
One of
them
those was like great. Oh, what else is banned? Because like with the defib got banned, and I
Defib got
stopped
banned.
listening because I got excited.
And then the other crazy ban, Gateway has been banned, which I feel
That's
will shake up
insane.
everything. It's going to be great. On the side of the weapons, we've got the 9.3R, which again is going to be quite hard for certain players to adapt. And of course, the SA-12. I think that's like the most banned thing so far.
That makes sense a lot. But for the no 9.3R, definitely is going to hit a little bit harder on this map of all the maps here. But, you know, we've seen teams do great work with the ARN here. We've seen great teams do work with everything. But we've also got the AK and the BFR jumping through. And yeah, the medium unshackled from the defib. We get to see some crazy stuff coming around. At the same time, H plus Diffuser Vanishing Bomb, they're back in. But with no gateway, it means we're really going to be relying on those Vanishing Bomb pad entries.
Yeah, and the reason why I was laughing is due to the fact that completely unshackled with the defib, the first choice is, let's go Data Reshaper. That is the choice over the side of Space Shubes on the medium gadget to replace defib, which is a
High
bold
key
choice,
slept
I feel.
on.
I
High key
agree.
slept on.
High key slept on.
Do you know how many pro players like this season I have like shown Data Reshaper of like, did you know that this has range that you could use from like 20 meters away? People had no idea.
Yeah.
And jumping in here with the AK as well. Look at this. Pixie gets deleted. Space Shubes just absolutely aping forward. And I mean, Bongo, he's not only steading forward with the heal beam onto Newful, but Newful is behind him and getting healed. So this is just insane. Look at this. Healing and body blocking. What a Giga Chad.
It's a combo. And right here, Bongo decided, I'm going to get a bit disrespectful. Didn't get it, but almost got a cash box kill, which would have sort of been the nail in the coffin there, I feel. But a great wipe from Space Shubes, really showing that they're here to not mess around. You know, the Data Reshaper might be in play, but they're not here to mess around. And it's going to be very exciting to see how this Data Reshaper actually gets put to use. We'll see if it gets used very well or not.
100%. We've got Tana here jumping around, and well, with the lack of defibs, we got the goo grenades, and we've also got the gas grenades. Last time when I believe it was goo that was banned, Tana pulled out the gas mines. So the thing is these gas mines, though, these are going to get hard countered by Bongo's Data Reshaper if they're able to notice fast enough. And Tana does have to place them a little bit further apart from one another, make sure they don't get hit with the same charge. But this time around, looks like Revere does have a good chance to dive in, but unfortunately, as they do, they already lose their light players. So for Space Shubes, they're jumping in here, 3-on-2 situation. They're taking their time. They're diving around here, and as the building crumbles right on top of RevX's head, Space Shubes, well, they are going to be eating a little bit of that gas, but it's not going to matter too much. They've got multiple methods of getting healed up through it. RevX, they're not even able to stop this, given the fact that there's so much crumbling around. Kind of goes down, though. Looks like Pixies is going to be next to fall. Space Shubes, well, they're going to get this cash out right back.
Yeah, I mean, completely right back. And this is the real reason. Oh, but a wonderful winch to almost deny the steal. Unfortunately, doesn't get denied enough. And I think Revere have finally locked in to the fact that there's a Data Reshaper, because the C4 on that cash out completely got changed into a plant pot. So there was no denial needed for the side. And there is the final kill. meaning Revere has been team wiped, and that it'll likely be that Space Tubes get this cash out. There's not much time left.
There's no time at all. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right? Is that now, like, sure, they're bringing C4, they're bringing gas mines, but in reality, it's a bunch of potted plants. And unfortunately, nobody is bringing enough water to keep them alive. So RevX is going to have to come back to the drawing board in the next one here. For Space Tubes, well, the world is their canvas with that data reshaper.
Yeah, it is, and I'm very excited to see what more use it gets, because already, denying a C4 is so huge. That is a sort of safety net I feel most heavies feel. You know, the C4 being there, they're like, oh, it's fine, there's a C4, that will do so much damage and it will drop it down a floor. But now that being completely off the table, it's so strong for the data shape to be in play. And now, Revere have realized that, are playing so much more passively as we see here, and about to walk into the line of sight of Bongo.
What's going to happen now, especially given the fact that data reshaper is out. Tana might get a little bit extra juicy, but look at that. Newful already has Bongo's trophy, and for RevX, oh, there he just got absolutely dove in on Aztract, utilizing that Vanishing Bomb with great presence here. RevX just getting shot in the back with his M11. Look at Aztract right now. A triple from Aztract. Wow.
Holy! The aim on this man. The Vanish Bomb, I can now see why it's been banned. I can get behind it. Ignore past me. Vanish Bomb deserves to be banned now.
Well, if Aztract is coming to the finals major, I think they might be winning the cosplay competition with this Uni cosplay here. Because look at how incredible Aztract is able to just get in there. RevX forgot to turn around and look at him, but that's what the Vanishing Bomb is here for. Now we're going to see, once again, no gateway involved. Ruji does have the Nullifier, but there's no Nullifier being utilized here just yet. Now, Space Tubes does have to cross here. Crossing over this will be a lot easier with that Vanish Bomb. And look at that, once again, Aztract! Oh. He's behind him! They don't see him with the Vanish Bomb! That's why it's used. Oh, that perfect glitch nade as well. Newful gonna be able to get in there and get involved there as Aztract just utilizes every bit of RevX's kit against them there, taking their own jump pad to just delete those health bars. Aztract turning this into an aim trainer, the way he's just diving in and getting involved, but Newful was the one to finish up those, the BFR Titan, and Space Tubes looking beautiful here.
So strong. I mean, I love that Aztract is using this Vanish Bomb for use that it doesn't usually see, which is to be passive, to be stealthy. You know, you see that Vanish Bomb being used as a getaway tool, as a tool to cross large gaps, to get your team completely invisible so it's easier to move as a unit. But here, Aztract is just using it to completely befuddle and confuse the enemy. It's working so well and is so effective.
They've been befuddled, they've been bamboozled, and now we'll see what's going to happen here if RevX can come back from the brink. Ruji really going to need to use the entirety of this kit here. And it does seem that RevX was struggling a bit to try to figure out how to make this work without the gateway. And they're not even using the Vanishing Bomb. But now that they're sort of able to get in without needing those things, this is their chance to show off that, hey, they don't need every bit of meta kit to make that work out. But as RevX comes in, they are trying to take a little bit of edge off of this by getting that early pick on Bongo. And that bait worked out really well, pulling into the dome, though. Reverse pull, though, here from Pixie does bring Newful out just a little bit. Looks like RevX finally clapping up into their own here. Space Tubes get wiped for the first time.
They do, and I want to believe in them. I think there's still time. They still have one push in. It's going to be a tough push for Space Tubes here. But Revere, what a team fight to end it there. A really good sort of comeback team fight. Lovely counter winch to bring him into the bubble. And just played that with such precision. It was so good. Tanner, unfortunately, though, isn't finding the same success as his teammates. Still on 0 kills, but hopefully that can change.
Hopefully that can change indeed here. I mean, RevX was one fight that they really needed to win because, again, it was the one fight that they were able to get in where it didn't matter they didn't have Vanish Bomb. It didn't matter they didn't have Gateway. And given the fact that both these teams are kind of just on that one-pick wonder where you can't get that defib in the middle of the fight, it almost doesn't matter as much if it's the medium that's removed first, especially given the fact that the medium and the light are still sharing that heal as per usual. But again, I think that for these teams, it's more about how they're facing around the other half of their kit that they're bringing in the wake of Gateway and Defib being removed, right? In the wake of those things, are they able to use it to its biggest extent? For Bongo, absolutely, right? But for RevX, the fact that they have chosen the objectively weaker light loadout coming into this without the Gateway, it matters a lot more for them if they can really make the most of each approach.
Yeah, I mean, it is all about these approaches. I mean, it's so awesome to see these team fights really have so much impact on that first kill, because even in current meta, that first kill is so important and can completely swap a team fight. But now with no defib, you can't easily bring someone back up. You have to slow res them, and that takes so much time and can allow for a team to gain space, completely take you off guard, and take advantage of the fact that you are down a player.
Wow, I mean, and Space Tubes almost was down Bongo right there with a beautiful open shot from Pixie, but fortunately the rest of those Titan shots aren't going to land quite where they're needed. Pixie unable to capitalize on that early damage, but again, the vault hasn't been tapped. Space Tubes know they are in the upper hand here. Bongo diving in, once again, Vanishing Bomb making a lot of work, but Pixie going to be taking the edge here to go forward and get the tap, and Tana trying to get those shots in the back, but unfortunately, RevX doesn't have that same presence that Abstract does when it comes to staying behind the enemy with those Vanishing Bombs, but Abstract really is making the most of that Vanishing Bomb. Every single time it comes back, it does just go out, but Abstract now removed early on. Space Tubes can't bring it back easily. RevX going to be playing off that. This is good motion from RevX as they dive in off of that early pick, knowing that there's no way they're coming back. That's how you want to play as a team. So for RevX, they're in a good spot here. They need to set up a good defense. But again, Bongo has Data Reshaper. No matter how good your defense is, all of that util can just get deleted instantly.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is now Space Tubes with that Data Reshaper, they've played a very good mind game here. Because Revere now are down a C4, Space Tube have Denial, they have that C4 still in play. And so we're seeing right now Revere are using that C4 very early on rather than to delay it. They know that will just get Data Reshape. They know that they won't have time to use it. And so we're seeing these C4s be used quite early on as well from Nuffle. And we'll see if they get used then, and it seems like the teams are just fighting. It seems like there's no setup from both sides and fights are just ensuing.
Absolutely, and once again, those Space Tubes are making the most out of that Vanishing Bomb. That's going to allow Newful to get an insane angle onto Ruji. And here we go with RevX, no light player in sight. They're going to have to either set up, oh, an unfortunate goo there. They're going to have to set up to either go and try to bring him back, but right now, Pixie diving in, trying to stop this.
Oh.
They get the pick, but the steal did come through. And not only that, Tana was able to stick the res there onto Ruji. Oh, the perfectly placed gas. Oh, but that gas is not going to pop here. Pixie throws the dome there. The goo is well going to be keeping them safe there. Glitch going to remove it there. The gas has not popped yet, but they're not throwing it off. There's the gas popping. Have to take the time to throw it all away, but they do still have a little bit of presence here. Ruji getting that side angle will do a little bit of extra damage to Space Tubes as Bongo coins back in. We'll see how Newful and Abstract can take their time here. Once they take away Tana, though, is where it could all fall away from them. Ruji, though, getting a good pick here with Pixie finalizing it. Here's Bongo diving in there. Nullifier finally hitting, but he's out anyway. It's going to be a 2-on-1 here as Pixie's the last alive for RevX, and he can't collapse. It's going to be Space Tubes and get that final team fight. That was an exciting one to watch.
That was such an exciting final fight, and we saw the Nullifier finally in use. Unfortunately, it was at possibly the worst time, as the person that used it just died seconds later. But it was amazing. That gas coming in late, and Space Tubes realizing, we actually don't need to fight this. We can just destroy the barrels, create those gas clouds, and delay it from there. It was so well played from Space Tubes, and they definitely deserved that final cash out there.
Absolutely. I mean, what a fight. And again, it did really come down to the fact that RevX learned what they needed to do with the slightly weaker loadout on the light. But again, when you don't have a gateway and you do have access to Vanishing Bomb and Pad, even though we didn't really see Space Tubes go for the Vanish Bomb Pad play as much, they still use that Vanishing Bomb to an insane extent, and they were able to really make the most of it. I mean, Abstract with 9 kills, not to mention 13 assists on Bongo. I mean, insane work from the team, but it really did come down to what the light player chose. And we only saw one nullifier hit from the side of Revex that entire time. I think I counted 10 vanishing bombs from Space Tubes. So
Yeah.
if you want to think of it in how much you're able to get value out of the gadgets that you're bringing in, that's a good way to look at it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the nullifier was great in that situation where there was the healing beam brought up with the H+ Infuser banned. But unfortunately, H+ Infuser, it exists right now, and it's being used. So the nullifier has kind of been nullified in a way.
The nullifier also worked against him a little bit in that fight because he nullified the player that Pixie was shooting. And so when that nullifier hit, 20% of Pixie's magazine, of Pixie's revolver bullets went into the ether because that BFR is not going to be able to dive in, not going to be able to work against someone that's nullified. And the BFR, take your time mid-fight when you're pushing an enemy team, you need every one of those bullets to hit. And so that nullifier also didn't really work well in their favor in that moment.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that we can see Revex bring this back. I think that they just need to reevaluate what's going on. They need to take their time to process what went wrong. And I think, honestly, it's that data reshaper. I won't be surprised if they ban data reshaper here to counter that C4, because that is so important in a team fight to delay cash outs. And they just didn't have anything to delay. The mediums were completely caught off guard, and so no delaying going on.
Yeah, well, we do have the bans in here, and the only change up is that now the BFR Titan is banned instead of the SA-1216. So it's going to be BFR and 9-3R are the banned weapons, and the banned gadgets are still the Gateway and the defib. But as much as I do agree about the data reshaper getting used, I feel like it's going to be easier for them to just make sure that their medium is bringing something other than the gas mines. I mean, especially now that we're going to Bernal, I feel like the medium is going to have to bring in something that is going to be slightly better. Granted, even if you bring in an APS, even if you bring in something that it get reshaped, even if they bring in a nade, it could get reshaped, right? And so it does depend. I am curious to see, maybe they go double movement here. Maybe they choose to bring their own data reshaper, like you said. But I'm mostly worried about the lights. I think that there's no world in which Space Tubes does not bring out that Vanishing Bomb again. But the question on the side of Revex is, are they going to match that Vanishing Bomb?
Yeah, and you'd hope they finally match it. I think they have at some point realized that they were outclassed by what they brought, but it seems like Space Tubes, they brought that gas nade, they have dropped the data reshaper, and are going completely denial now for the side of Bernal.
Interesting. Yeah, Vanishing Bomb here is still coming through. Tana actually doubling down on the mines, but this time it is going to be the explosive mine. And with no data reshaper, it does look like Newful is going to walk right into it. And I watched that health bar disappear immediately. We're going to be seeing, though, here as Ruji finds the angle. Unfortunately, gets glitched immediately. A nice setup here. Pixie does have the RPG back. See if that's going to get reloaded here in time. Actually, jump on this fight here with Bongo and Aztract, but for now, it seems that Bongo and Aztract, they've found the time to actually get Newful back into the motions. Ruji soloing this fight here, still on the nullifier. Now, again, didn't get a lot of nullifier use in the last one, so hopefully Ruji does have the opportunity to, well, nullify a few more players.
Yeah, I want to see the nullifier come into use. I mean, like we were talking, it definitely is not the situation to have the nullifier be used, but it's something that I think could potentially see someone, you know, almost be so distracted by the fact that nullified, just completely give up. And,
Vanishing Bomb!
Vanishing
Bomb! RPG! Here it is. Beautiful opening as Pixie is removed. Look at the heals. Space Tubes. They have practiced that. Absolutely. Ruji going to be taking a few extra shots there. But again, this is what happens when that BFR is taken out. We get the SA-1216 back in. It's just going to be getting those insane approaches. And especially with the Vanishing Bomb in play, almost like Space Tubes, they don't care that there's no defib. The no defib works better if you are going to be the team that has the Vanishing Bomb pad available to you to just run in and do this kind of damage. And again, when they got that res, they focused the res. They knew that they had the extra timing there. And unfortunately for Revex, there just wasn't much that they could do when you just have an absolute titan diving at you without a titan.
Exactly. I fear that the Heavy is scarier without the Titan in this situation. But no, a map that the BFR Titan would be lovely on, but is so used to people are playing the longer range guns, the Shack, the BFR, that they don't expect the SA-12 to come barreling at you at Mach 10. It's a different pace to a usual game of finals, I feel.
Oh, but here we go. No Vanishing Bomb here for Revex, but they're not going to need it. They dive up. A lot of damage there on the Aztrac, but here we go. Again, the pad. The winch, though, counters, and Pixie stands on top this time around. Might be Space Tube's box, but it's Revex's cash to take, but now Tana gets removed. Not if Pixie goes out. Aztrac to Bongo. They got the move, but Ruji versus Aztrac 1v1 here. The Vanishing Bomb going to give him just enough space to leave. Ruji trying to figure out where he's going to land, but those shots don't land. It's going to be Aztrac who has full control here. The res going to be hitting up 4 Space Tubes first. Looks like Ruji just started his. He's going to come around. He might get this res off. No, he's not. The winch hits. Revex removed.
Yeah, that was so close. And Ruji just was not in a good situation there. Both totems on top floor, back to back, really, with Aztrac. Just almost nothing you can do there. A valiant attempt. But now Space Tubes are in control of the cash out with not much time left. Revere only have one last push here, I fear, and it might be that it goes the way of Space Tubes.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I liked that Ruji knew what was going to happen. He knew that Aztrac was going to be invis diving onto that pad, but none of those bullets hit it. And then by the time he made it up to match height on the rooftop to get that res, it just all was already over. Space Tubes now, they're playing that full defense here. Looks like as Revex dives in, leave a little bit of explosive mines behind, but look at how far away that cash out is. There's already not enough time to stick the steal here. Revex, they know this fight's already lost, but even though they did push in towards it, that's pulled them out of a competitive position here in this fight. That being said, Newful unable to follow up on that damage there. Ruji gets away scot-free, and it looks like Bongo is going to be the first to fall here. Newful closing the gates behind him as he runs away, trying to stay alive. Aztrac's not going to be able to stay alive here. And so Revex, they won this team fight for all intents and purposes. There's the wipe, there's Newful ends his own life, but for Revex, it has to hurt knowing that they have lost so many fights like that where it was almost winnable, but they just did not have time. And so they lost one team fight. That was the end of that whole cash out.
Yeah, it was kind of it wasn't looking too good. And Revere, hey, they won a team fight, but again, at the end of the day, there's nothing won over it. So Space Tubes will have 25 grand, 50 grand needed to win here. And a lovely pad to bring him straight into the line of sight of Space Tubes. And here comes bullets ringing out. A lovely glitch to try and deny, and a lovely pad, and they don't see him. The RPG, and Tanner is so low, 1 HP. The SA-12, lovely shot, takes out Tanner, and they are hunting for these members. Bongo takes out one, and it's just Rugi left. Last alive, the light. Up against the repeater and a heavy, not what you want to see. The SA-12 and winch combo is about to send him to the grave, and Bongo clears him with the wipe.
And again, that is the power of the Vanishing Bomb jump pad. Because it is one thing that, yeah, the gateway is removed and you're going to have to walk there manually, but half the battle of that gateway is that you move without being seen. And without the gateway, there's only one other way to move without being seen. That Vanishing Bomb hits every single time for Aztrac and the Space Tubes. We're going to see Revex coming back into play here and up on the height of the Disun building. Space Tubes is going to have pretty good control. There's no way that Revex can make it through here unless they go down underneath. And in doing so, they are going to still have to come up at some point. They come up there, Space Tubes, they swap height to the bottom, but they invis pad back up top, and Newful's gas mine hits hard as now Tana's removed, Ruji is removed, Newful takes out Aztrac, Newful's just out here getting his own, but Pixie does manage to survive, and I believe that's Tana's body. Let's see what's gonna happen. No, it's Ruji's body. Ruji gets brought back up here in Space Tubes. A match now, get the res there on the Bongo. This is gonna be enough there. Newful goes out though. Revex 2v2 here to Space Tubes. It's just Bongo. Pixie gets healed back up here. Bongo's out. Space Tubes has lost this fight in a very confusing battle.
A very, very confusing battle that seemed the way of Space Tubes, even though there was a team kill. Nufu takes out Aztec, but also reses them, so, you know, no harm, no foul. But just here, this is where it's going wrong. Shots are missing, and Pixie is brought up to half HP with the H+ Infuser from Ruji, and that is just it. Bongo can't do anything, and is brought down in the final moments, and it seems like there might not be time for another push.
Yeah, I mean, that's very unfortunate for Space Tubes. They definitely don't have time to finish this. They're going to try, but unfortunately, without that pad getting in when they needed to, it's just the end of that cash out. And once again, these teams, they have this awkward half timing where if you watch a lot of Pro League, you should be familiar with the the first team fight. No matter how that ends, you still have time for another one. But these teams, they take so long on that first fight that's it. And even though they are able to come back, they feel like they have to rush into that first fight, but they don't take the entirety of that timer. And for once, it's actually worked out here for the team that was pushing. So RevX absolutely able to come back from the brink here. Ruji, look at that positioning, Tetra.
Ruji playing with his food, giving away the info, and that's all you need in this game. Info is key and king. He's made them sound with the dash, but it doesn't matter. They don't know. Nuffle is being brought back up by the healing beam, but it's done enough damage and has brought out that dome shield. The RPG pad comes out. Winch just about makes contact, and Pixie goes down. What a winch. Tanner is so low, down to just 3 bars, as Rugi is in his own fight of his own, just making time, but Rugi takes out Aztec, and it's down to a 2v2. Tanner so low, Rugi goes down, and it's Tanner with 1 bar left, not much to do, and gets winched into oblivion.
That's Space Tubes making use of information, because remember that the lack of information is still info in and of itself. And so even though, yeah, they had a little bit of a run-in with that early damage from Ruji, the fact that they knew exactly where Tana and Pixie were set up, and then they got shot in the back, they said, hey, we dive into this, it's a 3-on-2. Doesn't matter if we have less health. And that was huge for them. Now, when they get set up here, they don't have a lot of time to make this work. RevX has the best spawn in the game. They're going to dive up, and again, no Vanishing Bomb. It's not going to matter too much because they're immediately able to remove Newful from the equation. And for Space Tubes, especially given the fact there's no defib, they're going to have to live with it. But early damage onto Ruji will remove him from the fight just a little bit here. Tana making the most of that early damage, but Space Tubes, they're out, and it's already RevX's box to hold.
And it is, but it's early on. It's very little into that cash out, so they have time to come back and potentially do 2 more runs of this if they lose one of them. But it's just that winch to open it up. Newful just went down instantaneously, and Bongo tried with all of his might to get those gas mines some usage. And unfortunately, the healing beam does win in that rock, paper, scissors fight right there. And it just did not look good. And winching the cash out is another thing that doesn't look very good for Space Tubes, a team that just needs space and needs that high ground ASAP.
But they could get that high ground. They're going to take it with a nice bit of pad and vanish. But unfortunately, they pad up to the wrong height here as RevX. They're dug into the building with Ruji on that angle. Now, this angle has betrayed RevX in the past, with Ruji not being able to play in with the team, especially given the fact that we do have the H+ Infuser available. But RevX, they're playing time right now. They're waiting as long as they can. C4 going to be on the point there, but Newful unfortunately takes early damage, and he's not able to clap back with that SA-12, given the fact that he has the C4 out. Newful's out already. Bongo's out already. Aztec might not be able to clutch this, but let's see what he can do. Half HP on Ruji, half HP on Pixie. It all gets healed up. Aztec is out, and RevX brings us to map 3.
Hey, it's finally good to have a map 3. So far on stream, it has been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I am excited to see a 1-1. It's going to 2-1 at some point.
Is this the first map 3 of the day?
It's the first map 3 of the day. I've been
absolutely crazy
waiting for a third map. And we're going to get to see Monaco. I'm excited to see what Monaco brings, a map known for rooftop fights. So with the bans, it might be that we pull out some Lewis gun bans or such long-range heavy guns like the BFR Titan or the Shack. It's going to be interesting.
Absolutely. And I'd like to point out that that was RevX taking that map pretty much with one less piece of util than Space Shoops, because we only saw that nullifier once, if ever. Like, did
I
we ever see a nullify on Bernal?
I'll be honest, I completely forgot they brought the nullifier. It was so
Right.
unused.
Yeah, right. And then, like, I mean, yeah, when it comes to mines, it's like, okay, the gas mines kind of hit sometimes. The explosive mines worked really, really well. But I mean, RevX took that win without using one of their gadgets on the light. And so now imagine what's going to happen here on Monaco if they actually get a piece of kit that they can use. Maybe, finally, they're going to bring in the Vanishing Bomb. It's going to matter a lot more on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those vanish pads are going to come into so much more effect on Monaco. A map where every single surface can be padded off to create some distance and or to close a distance. It's going to be very interesting to see how this all works. And maybe we see some other movement tech items. Like maybe we see a zip line. Hey, maybe we see a zip line. I've not seen zip line in Pro League for a very long time.
Yeah, it's anything is possible. I will say for RevX, though, they did finally learn what it was that was costing them a lot of those fights. And even though this angle did actually work out well for them on that last fight, the thing that worked out best was that they put themselves into a position where we're not going to hold full height because we're just going to get invis padded on. And that's the adaptation that I've been seeing from Pixie and his team. Pixie has been playing this game for a long time. He played all the way back in season 1, all the way in the betas. He took a break. He stepped away, competed in Fragpunk, played in some other games. Now back in the finals, been spending some time to learn the motions and what's needed. And for Pixie, getting into these spots to adapt and overcome, I think has been really interesting to see all day, because we've been seeing them at some pretty decent highs. We've been seeing them at some pretty decent lows. But for now, to be able to come back, bring us into the map 3, I think that RevX is finally in a place where they can show that they are learning, and they're learning fast. So we have the same bans coming in this next one. No BFR, no 9-3R, no defib, no gateway. So curious to see what's going to happen when it comes to the light players gadget loadout. Gonna see what the mediums bring in here. Maybe a data reshaper, maybe an APS, who knows? But it's going to be some crazy stuff.
I want to see some crazy choices. I think APS, I think it doesn't get enough love. I think the APS is a very good thing, especially in matches where basically the Goonade has been dominant and dominant in stalling. You know, we've seen so many more goo stalls compared to winch stalls, which it just is a much better way of dealing with a steal, because everyone can have one. Everyone can have a goo. So it's really up to anyone to stop it. It's such a good and versatile utility option.
Awesome, I see here. And yeah, I just got some info actually from Pixie about the other teammates from RevX. So Pixie used to be one of the top players in the world for an old game called Rogue Company. And Tana and Ruji were actually on the same team there. Ruji has encountered a bit of a skill issue where he spawned as a trophy. We might have to reset this lobby. Here's a pro tip from a pro coach. One way that you can win the game a little bit easier is if you spawn into it. Keep that in mind, and hopefully you can use that to reach the finals.
I'm writing. Grab my. Okay, so don't die is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You could do more damage as a contestant than as a trophy.
That makes a lot of sense. That's what I think. That's why I've been losing my rank games.
Yeah, and so you see for RevX, they've realized that. Gonna try again on the next one. But in all seriousness, once we get into this lobby, though, I do really, I do want to double down on that opinion. That I think that it's gonna come down to who uses the Vanishing Bomb a little bit better. Who's able to actually make use. I mean, granted, the 9-3R being banned on this map, I'd say it's a bit of a waste. I mean, 9-3R has been very good for a lot of teams on this map. I will say that in scrims, teams are still swapping between 9-3R and ARN, but I am seeing the ARN come out a little bit more on Monaco. I am even seeing the M11 come out on Monaco a little bit more. LH1 is popular on this map as well, especially just given full poke comps that we've been seeing. So there is a chance that both these teams, even without the defib, that they try to just shift into something completely separate, where, hey, if the BFR is banned, you could still lean into poke on the medium and the light and go for that LH1 and go for the repeater comp just without the BFR, and you have your heavy on Shack. And heavy on Shack, that works well for Revex, right? Pixie
Yeah.
on the Shack has been dominant, and even got one up on Space Tubes in the last map. So I'm curious to see still what they'll do with it. And chat, if you're watching, you don't have defibs. What are you choosing? But Tetra, what are your thoughts so far? Like what we need to see on Monaco? Do you agree with me on the Vanish Bomb?
I agree. I think the Vanish Bomb is going to be so impactful. And specifically, like you were talking about the 93R, a gun that we don't usually see on a map like Monaco. I mean, I check out yesterday, the old EU last chance qualifiers for PHL. We were seeing Monaco gameplay and we were seeing LH1s being used almost all around. And it's a gun that I believe is slept on, I think. The LH1 is so good on Monaco, dealing such far damage and really able to put up good numbers from long distance. So I think that, like you were saying, that 93R is a pretty useless ban. I think there could have been so much better guns to ban to also then counteract the enemies, because while these bans do stop yourself, they stop the enemies from playing those guns as well. So maybe banning a gun or gadget that the enemy team is using to counteract them, but then you're in the mindset of, I am up on this. I know I'm going to win this fight because this guy is playing a different loadout than he usually does. I'm on my normal stuff. This guy's different, and I'm going to win because of that.
Exactly. And I will say, especially just given the fact that you've only got one gadget and one weapon to ban, it can be difficult, right, to trade out, especially in Season 8, where now there's so many things that are viable on so many classes. That's why you don't really often see the medium weapons being banned, because FAMAS and FCAR and AK are all pretty much standing on the same legs, at least in the Western regions. But yeah, I think that the biggest thing for me is that with the gateway being out, these lights have a different way to approach it, and the teams have to adapt to it. So I want to see if RevX is changing up their gadgets in the slightest here. But not only that, I just want to see them use it, because I'm fine with RevX bringing this nullifier. But they won the last game without it. So what if you used it, right? What if you actually use what you're bringing?
What if you used it? Or what if you swapped it out for something better? What if we brought, maybe, hear me out on this one. What if we brought flashbangs? Hey, Luck Cup had a lot of flashbangs last time. I was rewatching the VODs. I think we need to bring back the OG-ness. I think we need flashbangs. Just for nostalgia's sake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, get Pharos in here with the flashbang bow comp. Just you bring in Pharos to a Luck Cup, and almost nothing changes for that guy. That would be pretty great to see. But genuinely, yeah, it's gonna be figuring out what happens with light gadgets, what happens with the choices. We're finally diving back into Monaco here. See what's going to happen. Remember that the prize here is $150 and 3 Vanguard Gaming bundles. Thank you to Vanguard Gaming for sponsoring the Luck Cup 2. But hey, if I had $50 and a free Vanguard bundle, I'm vibing. And well, part of that Vanguard bundle though is that beautiful RPG. See what's going to happen with these teams bringing the RPG without it. Dive it in now.
I mean, it would be interesting with an RPG ban. I feel like that is something that could be touched upon. I'd love to see an RPG ban. I think that would be awesome. But Bongo has brought the data reshaper once again. A classic for Bongo, it seems.
There it is. Newful on the SA-1216. That is going to be a tight pickup here. Now, Tana has opted to swap out the bring in the gas mines here. Tana was the one with the explosive mines in the last one. This time it's gas mines. Pixie, unchanged, going to be running meta with Shaq. And Ferrugi is going to be tracking dart. Wait a second. Tracking dart vanishing bomb is wild.
That is wild. That's something I didn't think at all I would see today. I mean, I thought I'd see some weird stuff, but maybe not the tracking dart. But it's, the cathedral is being taken down bit by bit. I mean, vanishing bomb, I believe, on both parties, if I'm not mistaken. And some lovely repeater shots coming out here. Oh, and a red barrel to drop them down, potentially.
Yeah.
Nothing done.
Both got vanishing bombs. Seeing what Ruji's going to be able to do now with the vanishing bomb here. And hey, you use the tracking dart. We're already seeing the tracking dart be used more than the nullifier. So I genuinely based. And it's going to be used to track down Aztract here. He can vanish. Oh, he vanishes right at the tail end of that track. That's actually perfect. Able to escape with just 1 HP. But it is a very interesting pickup here. Again, this fight is super awkward here in the Cathedral. Vault finally getting tapped there by Ruji as the rest of Revex dives out into the Trentilla buildings. We're going to see what's going to happen now. Bongo looking for an option of early damage. A lot of poke damage going to be here, but for Newful on the on the SA-1216, it's going to be a lot of reliance on that pad to get them into a spot to use that damage, close that gap.
That was a C4. A C4 thrown from the Cathedral, hitting the bottom of the Trentilla building, and not doing much. But it was a scare tactic. I feel that was more a scare tactic. And another scare tactic is this jump pad that's coming from the height. Is Bongo the repeater gonna? Oh, just misses.
Gonna miss.
But this street is deadly, and the cash out has been plugged. Revere in control of it.
Yeah, they were able to do that without the use of a Vanish Bomb either. Revex just ran. Vanish Bomb and pad, though, up the top there. Revex finally using the meta strategies to get up and swap and height there into Newful. But Pixie goes down as Bongo nails the repeater shot at the same time that, well, Newful just utilized the SA-1216 to its fullest extent in that close quarter range. Now Pixie does come back up as Hannah gets the ability to just stick that res early on. Revex, they're kiting as best as they can. Now we're looking to see Ruji stay on that angle, vanish yet again to try and come back to the team, closing that gap. See if maybe we hit another tracking dart here as Ruji peeks up to the top there. Looks like the Vanishing Bomb is going to allow Aztrack to at least track some early damage there. But nobody goes down, just going to be Bongo that loses the fight here as Tana gets that early shot.
Yeah, and some very early shots and a lovely early winch there from the side of Pixie, I believe. And oh, down goes Aztrack. And just down to Nuffle, who is not going to be able to do much in that 1v3 situation. And Revex are looking amazing right now. They've won 2 team fights and are looking great.
And this is what happened at the end of Bernal as well. Space Tubes, they get the first pick, but Revex, they just stick the res early on. And for Space Tubes, that is getting a lot away from them because the fact that, well, there is no defib, so they're not anticipating that extra player to be back so soon. But Revex is doing their best to just stick that res early on and just don't care that we don't have the defib. And it's finally working out in their favor. Now, unfortunately for Space Tubes, because they had already burned the jump pad to get up into this height swap here, they don't have the jump pad to actually get into the fight where it matters most. And once again, we're finding ourselves in these awkward one fight per cash out just boxes where it doesn't really matter what happens in the second fight because it's already done. And Rev starts off match point.
Yeah, I mean, it is really anything. And this tracking dart is coming out and being used with such great effect. I'm quite surprised there's so much use being it, because that nullifier was so useless in Bernal, not used once, and now we're seeing the tracking dart having such good effect, and specifically with this Vanish Bomb pick, it's so good. It completely counteracts the Vanish Bomb and makes the enemy team think about when to use the Vanish Bomb, when is a safe spot, and most of the time, nowhere is a safe spot to use this Vanish Bomb.
That's... Yeah, that's what I was saying about Revex, is that they look so much stronger here because of the fact that they won that last one with only 2 gadgets on their light, essentially. And now they have all 3 gadgets on the light, and all 3 of them are getting used here. Another track going to be landed there, and amazingly, it's going to shove the entirety of Space Tubes off of this height there. Newful just gets barrel stuff with the LH1. He goes down. That's Ruji at it at the absolute best, as tracked up on the rooftop here. Going to be getting chased down there by Ruji. Vanish Bomb closes the gap, gets the LH1 shots there. Absolutely crazy stuff as Space Tubes falls down.
I have no idea what has changed since game 1, whether it is Space Tubes just getting too big for their boots, or that Revex has just locked in. But so much has changed since that first initial round of Nozomi that it's just blowing my mind how different these teams are playing now. Specifically with these bans, it's changing how these teams are playing and how they're playing against each other. It's awesome to see.
Well, like I said, for Revex, it's the fact that they're using all that util, but also Revex has leaned into that poke damage build, where Aztract has chosen the ARN, Bongo is on the CBO1, but Newful on the SA-1216, you have to play a very specific way into it, and it's very hard for them to figure out what that balance is to be able to get Newful inserted with the SA-12. But early on, Ruji getting shots and now getting dove in. There we go. That's the SA-1216 at its best. Space Tubes now, they have to try to track down where the remaining players of Revex are, and that RPG is going to remove a few chunks of health from Tana and Pixie. Diving here inside of the bubbles. No need for that GAT or that glitch grenade here. Bongo sticks the steal, and Ruji coins back. Oh no, Ruji gets stuck. He gets the res stuck there. There's Pixie. Pixie actually finds one on Newful as well. Revex, once again, even though they lose the player first, they just stick the res mid-fight. Now Space Tubes is on the back foot.
And they are on a very, very back foot as Aztract is so low, down to less than half HP. Pixie and Ryu are just so in control of this fight, and here comes the steal again. Obviously, Spaceship's in control after Bongo stuck that steal, but Bongo is taking so much damage, and it flips sides. This could be it. This is almost it. Newful has to coin, otherwise it's over for them.
Oh, but Aztract, he gets a huge pick out of Ruji, but once again, Revex, they're probably just going to be sticking that res right now. And this steal, Bongo, he's on it, but the C4 is going to stop it. It's going to be a lot of damage. Luckily, he does manage to just hide away over the sideline, sitting in the blueberry. Tana and Pixie, they're not able to stick the res on Aruji. The glitch finally removing one of these domes here. And for Space Tubes, they're able to stick inside of their dome. No glitch to stop it. They get the swap, Space Tubes, but they're losing the fight here a little bit. Bongo and Newful go down. Just up to Aztract. Can he get the stop? He misses a few shots, but he pulls them off it. Wasn't enough. It might have been. Space Tubes, they stay in. It's going down to the wire.
Just absolutely insane. And Space Tubes, I realized that Revex were able to get off that C4. The Data Reshaper did nothing during that, and that could have been it. The fact that the Data Reshaper was not used correctly could have led to Revex taking the series here, because we are down to this last cash out. This is the last vote of the series. It comes down to this. The loser eliminated, the winner going on to fight Vengeance in that lower final. This is literally everything to play for.
It all will come down to who gets that early control, who gets that first team fight on the box, and Bongo, he's going to eat the first bullets coming out of Tana's CBO1. Newful trying to set up in a stop there to try to get that early damage as Revex pushes across this rooftop to finish off Bongo, but not able to do anything as Bongo just accepts his fate over on the construction site. Aztract, Invis manages to stay unseen. Absolutely insane, but Revex, they've completely dove off the point here. They're focusing on the team fight, which is what they need to do. 10 minutes on the clock. They know that they're the ones in charge here. Aztract caught out there by Ruji's LH1, and Bongo not going to be able to get res here. We'll have to wait the rest of the 6 seconds to coin back in. We can hear Aztract just stay and vanish off to the side, and Newful, well, playing life. As Aztract goes hunting, finding information. Bongo finally is going back in. Newful might peek out here into the CBO1, but looks like he's safe now as Revex. They're diving to the vault at this time.
They are, and they are no longer in control. We were talking about how Space Tubes were the ones on the back foot, but it seems like the high ground with Space Tubes as well as pressure, it feels like Revex are actually on the back foot now. They have to go grab this vault in front of Space Tubes.
Revex can win if that timer hits 0. So Revex knows that Space Tubes has to go for that vault. Space Tubes just going to be throwing that vanish just for doing it, just to make that sound cue. But Revex is hearing all of these footsteps. And oh, here we go. Revex, they're going to vanish up the top there. Newful, he's close to them with the SA-12, but he can't get the shots off. He's pulled into Pixie's dome and removed from the game. Pixie, though, 1 HP. Goes down to the last bullet, but now it's just Bongo and no defibs to bring the team back. Means that Tana and Rugi, they can just dive him. And Revex, they've won the team fight. 9 minutes left on the clock. Will they even plug the vaults? The question remains. But that wasn't even a close one. Newful, look at that. He had no idea that they were right next to him, and he gets winched into the enemy dome. And there was nothing that they could do to stop it. What a fight there for Revex.
Yeah, and such a pivotal one. I mean, like you're saying, that winch, so strong. just straight through 2 domes onto the corner. Nothing the team could do there to help out, and they get the plug just about, and the winch almost catches them off guard.
They get the plug, but it's not good. It's not good for them. Space Tubes absolutely has control right now. The entirety of RevX, though. Wait a second, though. Space Tubes, even though they had that entry, they didn't find a single pick. They didn't find a single pick. They allow RevX just get away. Nobody's even sticking the point, but there we go. Ruji goes down as Aztrack locks in. One player at least needs to get onto the point right now. Nice little push here. They are able to get a little bit of information. They know that RevX is going in to try to get that trophy brought back from the dead. A nice glitch will stop any bit of motions out from RevX to try to counter. But Space Tubes, they have to dive back to the point here. They know that they're not going to be alone for very long. Stealing, they know it's going to cause RevX to dive in here. They do dive. The dome going to be landing, but Pixie goes out, and a double from Bongo!
What a play! The red barrel to the repeater. Here it is again. Some lovely shots from Bongo up top. The steal is coming out, and they have no time. They have to delay it. The red barrel to deny, and the repeater. What a shot! And they're in control. Half the time of this cash out left, and Space Tubes are in control. 1-1. It comes down to this.
This is the final fight, Tetra. RevX closing in. But they look a little bit spread. Do they have a plan? Oh, but only one player's vanished. Tetra, this is close.
It's so close, and they're playing up top. The winch, though, what a winch. Pulls it out, the C4 so early. The dome comes out, and they're up top. They're going to have to drop to deny it. The glitch dies. A winch to stop the steal in the dome bubble. There's nothing they can do. Pixie goes down. There are seconds left. The crowd is chanting. Nuful takes out one, and it's down. They're all dead. Nuful takes them out, and that is it for Space Tubes. They confirm the win and move on to the next round.
Space Tubes bringing it in here, but a close match. That was RevX's game to win, but Space Tubes overcoming the odds at the very end. Absolutely crazy stuff when it came down to that wire. Space Tubes won the one fight that they needed to, and it seemed that neither team really knew exactly what was going to happen after that got plugged. But that's the thing about this timing, is when you win a team fight, if you don't give yourself enough time to properly set up, it can all run away from you. And so RevX, they plugged it, but Space Tubes was there to just deal damage and split the team, and it all ran away from them from that moment forward. What a great entry timing from Space Tubes, and what an unfortunate end to what could have been a fantastic comeback from Revere XL.
Yeah, and they were just, it was such a good series for them. They came out that first map so much on the back foot, and then clawed it back up until those final moments. Unfortunately, though, Space Tubes showed why they are the better team and eliminate RevX from the tournament. And now Space Tubes will be going on to play Vengeance in that lower final. The winner up against Sadistic in that upper bracket grand final to win $50, but also, as well, 3 awesome prizes by our sponsor, Vanguard. Hell yes.
Awesome. Good to see Vanguard Gaming here, an official partner of the finals for the Grand Major Stockholm. You can pick up your own Vanguard Gaming bundle, TGM25, at the final store. That's not even an ad read. I'm just doing that because I love Vanguard. I got to say, straight up, though, this is getting heated because, honestly, I have no idea what's going to happen next when we see Space Tubes just come through. But honestly, chat, I don't know what's going to happen. Tetra doesn't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. And the only way that you can know is by staying here, because we're going to go to a quick break, but we come back. It's going to be the lower bracket finals to see who goes on. and welcome back to LUQQQ 2. My name is Artie. I'm joined here with Tetra, and we've been seeing a ton of crazy stuff come through from these teams who are just trying to see what they can do here for a fun community Korean-style band tournament here in the finals. And the bands have been flowing all day, Tetra.
They have been flowing, and we've had a lot of variants on the bands. We've seen a lot of Vanish Bomb band early in the day, but that swapped to Gateway quite recently. A lot of 9-3R band, a lot of SA12, and a lot of BFR. But talking about bands for this map, whew, it's going to be good. We have banned the 9-3R, the BFR, we've banned the defib once again, and also the Vanish Bomb, which came into key parts last map. So it's going to be very interesting to see how all these bands work.
Vanish Bomb bans are back on the menu, which means that the Gateway is back on the menu. And that's going to mean a lot here, especially for these first two maps for Nozomi and Fortune. If you don't have the Vanish Bomb, at least you have the Gateway. And so for these teams here, especially when it comes to Fortune Stadium, we will be seeing that utilized quite a bit to cross over to Hospital. But with no Vanishing Bomb, it means that, hey, if Nozomi Citadel, if you're over on the CNS side of the map, you can stay on your height. You're not going to get just absolutely ganged up on. But let's take a look at the bracket here, see what teams we're going to be finding in the lower finals, see what we're going to be seeing through everything else. Here we go. It's absolutely beautiful. Of course, we just watched Space Shoops versus Revere XI. I said XL earlier. It is Revere 11. But we're going to be now seeing Vengeance versus Space Shoops. And this is amazing for me because we almost got to see that earlier. But with Revere, Space Shoops rematch, Space Shoops locked in and were able to overcome the odds. And now they get to go up against Vengeance. And this is going to be a very, very interesting setup, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, last game was absolutely amazing. I'm going to say it. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to pull it out. Pull out the emote. It's about to be absolute cinema. We're about to watch a masterclass, I feel, in multiple things. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. And I think that there's going to be a lot of variation. I mean, we've seen Nozomi already without defib, without H+ Infuser. It's going to be interesting to see how it's played now with no defib and Vanish, if it changes anything whatsoever.
Absolutely true. And the last time that we did see Vengeance on the map, I believe Vengeance banned the SA-12-16. And so the BFR was available. So we're going to be seeing the BFR not be available here, and it's going to be most likely an SA-12-16 map. Looking to see Detail. Actually, it's going to be the Shaq 50 on Detail. New full, though. Question still remains. And, of course, we're going full meta here as far as the lights util is concerned. We keep the H+ Infuser, the Glitch, and the Gateway. But for Bongo, we're bringing back out the Data Reshaper. And that's something that you love to see.
We love to see it. The Data Reshaper brought out. And again, because there's no defib, we're seeing what mediums might pull out. And these gas mines are quite popular. We see it on Logan. The gas mines, once again, weren't too successful in the last team we saw them on. But maybe this is the flip of the script. Maybe we see gas mines be very, very useful here. But both teams are just waiting around, waiting for something to happen. And so far, nothing is happening.
Exactly, Tetra. And yeah, for both these teams, they haven't actually engaged yet. And so, like a nervous Tinder date, they are waiting to see what the other one is going to pull out once they actually get to the table here. We'll see exactly how Space Shoops is stacking up as they have seen Vengeance just take that vault and run away with it. So over to Cash Out A, they might need a little bit of resistance because once again, when you don't take that early vault fight, it means that when you do get the plug, the other team has the opportunity to come in and just absolutely shake it up. And with Aztrack getting involved, you know the Space Shoops is perfectly capable of that. Detail gets winched out, but backs away, finds his own space to be able to try to find his own winch, but instead just tries to match with his team. But Space Shoops, they're taking a lot of damage. That damage getting healed back up early on. Vengeance also trying to match with the healing as this fight still has had a rough, messy commence.
It has. And I mean, we've been seeing that the Detail has brought the C4 out, and obviously we know Bongo has that Data Reshaper, completely going to deny that C4. Some shots being rung out, and here it is. The C4 isn't available. It's been Data Reshaper, but a winch from above pulls off the steel. Bongo goes down, and a lovely use of a dome shield there to hopefully bring back what could be a lost fight, as two members almost down from the team of Space Tubes, and it is just down to Nufel now. Last alive, but takes out one with the C4. Logan goes down. It's a 2v1. Nufel lost alive, and the Witch is literally standing in front of him. The long res goes down, and Vengeance take out the first team wipe.
Wow, Nufel with the C4 clutch, but it wasn't enough. And yeah, this is Space Tubes kind of dropping the ball a little bit, where they knew that they were able to get that pinch timing onto Vengeance, but it just didn't matter. Vengeance now going to be having more than enough time to set this up here for a successful hold in the middle of the street. Space Tubes, they come back there on the Via side of the map. They're going to have to cross the divide, but as they come across it, they really are at the tail end of this timer and at the mercy of whatever the space they can grab from this gate pad. But gate pad is a little bit late here, a little bit messy set up as they dive in. The gateway doesn't even start. Oh, that's because Aztrack just got completely deleted. That's the end of that cash out.
Yeah, instantly taken down. And it's now down to 2 contestants on the side of Space Tubes. Some lovely shots that ring out from Standby Luke. The ARN showing once again that it's a very, very strong weapon choice. And Vengeance are able to take the cash out with almost no hiccups. And now they're in control of Vault 2. They get a very nice spawn. Space Tubes now stuck on the other side of the map.
Yeah, well, for Space Tubes, at the very least, they know that they can't underestimate Vengeance. For Vengeance, look at this. They have such good pacing, such good space, and well, with this gateway, they are going to do everything they can to just get there early. And look at this. He knows the tech. Detail knows the goo tech to try to do what he can. But unfortunately, that gateway will still be crumbled out. So Vengeance has to take this fight. Space Tubes wants to make sure that they're going to have an easy way in. Detail. Well, that goo, unfortunately, that tech is going to work against you. Maybe he doesn't know the tech the way I thought he did. But for now, as Space Tubes finally makes their way in, it is a little bit sloppy. Standby Luke takes a bunch of damage, but at the same time, Aztrack goes down early. Standby Luke going to be able to get healed all the way back up. Now Space Tubes struggling to figure out exactly what the right move is. Getting glitched as they come out of the door. Vengeance comes back with a vengeance. And Space Tubes, well, Nufel has a chance to get at least 1 kill here, but he's not going to be able to find even that. Vengeance, they're looking strong here, Tetra.
So strong. I mean, we saw a little bit of data reshape there, but lovely glitch. Denies the vault hold and also goes down Bongo. And then this, it's just, Nufel can't do anything. Stuck there, stuck left to fight. And Vengeance get the plug once again. They're in control. But again, the C4, it is there, it exists. There's so much denial on this cash out that can just be denied by Bongo. And that's where the data reshaper is going to come in so handy. They need to use it at the correct point so they can get the usage out of it. And who knows, maybe Vengeance pre-planned that and early blow the C4 to get the gas mines going.
Yeah, we'll see what Space Tubes is going to be able to do. It doesn't seem like Bongo really has a big plan as far as setting up a pad for the team. I feel like they are a bit deterred after what happened the last time. They tried to do a little bit of dash padding. But we'll see what happens now with Vengeance just sitting up on full height. Data Reshaper to make your own red barrel. I am sorry, Bongo, I was unfamiliar with your game. As we now wait to see. How did he know it was going to be a red barrel? Is that a thing? I need to study more. Oh my God. We're going to be looking to see as, well, the pad is now available. Gateway unneeded. They're going to dive in here for a little bit of red barrel RPG action off the pad. Data reshape all the mines as well. Space Tubes looking strong here on this approach, but Vengeance, they've cleared around one another with ease. Standby Luke, he is going to be able to do a little bit of work there. Even though he's at 1 HP, it is Space Tubes that falls first.
And it's just down to Aztrack now, but he's able to do some great work. Standby Luke lost life. It's a 1v1, and Standby Luke wins it. I think that's it. I think Vengeance have cleared it. It's more than enough time, and Space Tubes no longer have time to claim this. And it is 1-0 going into this first map. It's already over. Like a flash.
What a play, though, from Bongo with the data reshape. Like, he guaranteed the red barrel. That's so crazy, even though they lost. But
we need to study.
A great clutch from Vengeance. I mean, I haven't had the reason, even as a full-time coach for this game, I haven't had the reason to go into the practice range, just start data reshaping. But just crazy stuff there where Space Tubes, even though they did have every opportunity, they weren't able to follow up on it because Vengeance, they just split. They knew that, hey, we might lose this fight if we just take this straight 1v1 by staying on the rooftop. So they split, and even though they weren't going to be able to do as much healing by doing so, they just won their ones. And when it comes down to the wire, well, you can hit your shots. If you can get your Logan to just absolutely engage with 5 elims there, that's all you need to do. Vengeance 2-0s the first map.
Yeah, and such a strong play. I've actually done a bit of research during your talk there. Turns out that the data reshaper actually has a cycle it goes on. So any blue barrels just get turned into reds, and then red to gray, gray to pink, pink to orange, orange to green, green to purple to glitch. It's a cycle, like everything in this game.
Alrighty, I'm adding that to my list of knowledge that I will use maybe once, absolutely ever. But I mean, hey, if you don't have the defib available, you pick the data reshaper. That's the kind of stuff you want to know. And for Space Shoops, hell yeah. Happy that they know about that. That's so sick, though, that there's a set cycle, so you can guarantee. That's dope. But the other thing about the data reshaper was that all those mines on it just got absolutely, boom, whisked away. No more mines, no more C4. But it didn't matter because at the end of the day, you got to still win that fight. And I did appreciate their gusto that they brought with them. But at the same time, you do realize that if you have Gateway and you have a jump pad available, that there are better ways to make use of that very small cash out timer than crouching your way up the building. And I did want to see maybe some jump pad into the Gateway action to clear up that height. But unfortunately, for Space Shoops, instead of studying that tech, they studied the data reshaper. And
they did.
That is what happens. But we'll see what happens. There's still another map here. And, well, going into, I believe it's Fortune Stadium next up, that is going to be where having the Gateway really will matter.
Yeah, I mean, Fortune Stadium, as we've seen earlier, we saw a map with Vanish Bomb being banned on Fortune, which just meant that crossing to Hospital was so much harder. And it was very doable. They somehow got away with it. But it made it just that so much harder that when we're at the teams now that have aim and know about the Hospital, that it's going to be so much harder to cross if they know, hey, Vanish Bomb is banned. We are going to stand here and sit and wait for them to push.
What if? Wait, do we change any bans here? No changes to the bans? Question? Same bans. Very interesting. I was going to say, I wonder if there's a world where a team wants to ban just 2 light gadgets. We've seen that happen in Korea a few times, where teams will ban the H+ Infuser and the Gateway. And so I feel like this would be one of those times where, hey, ban the Vanish and the Gateway. But I feel like both teams here might not want to do that because of the fact that, well, you really want to make sure that, you have one way to cross over. But either way, with the same bans coming here, no defib or Vanish Bombs, we might have the exact same setups from both these teams. And it's looking like Standby Luke, still running with the normal meta composition. And Space Shoops, they're already taking a little bit of early damage there. Newful just starts collapsing with no health bar. There it is.
Oh my, Logan pops off with 2 kills there with the repeater. One just before he dies, but able to pick up 2 contestants. And it's just down to 1v1, heavy versus light. This is the age-old question. Big ass truck or tiny person?
Yeah, right. I mean, hydrogen bomb coughing baby, but it is going to be Space Shoops that manages to get that res first. Detail, he's sticking it on the staircase, but he gets caught out. But looks like that hydrogen bomb did absolutely destroy the coughing baby. Logan had time to coin in. Standby Luke going to be coining in as well. Detail somehow escaping with their life, at least for now. Aztrack going to be down there, so it is going to be an even 2-on-2. It's going to be a 2-on-3 now that the coined in teammate has returned into the fight. Logan going to be able to take out Noful here in Space Shoops. Even though they started with a little bit extra oomph, we weren't able to do much with it. So for Vengeance, that's going to be an easy time to get this vault over to cash out B in the Hospital.
Yeah, I think even there, Bongo does go down to the Void. I think there, though, you honestly potentially fight it out to deny this Hospital. I think it's worth denying and worth trying to at least get the plug yourself or just chuck it to the Void, so to delay. But unfortunately, the wipe comes out and they're just on the back foot once again.
Ooh,
Waiting.
but Spaceships, they spawned Sector 4 and Vengeance. They're looking for them over at the Angimo building. This is a bit unfortunate. That is going to allow Spaceships to walk up with ease. And Samurai Luke, well, he just has to cross over. No early fight will happen here, but they do still have the opportunity to stop them from getting this gateway. It looks like the gateway is going to come through on the rooftop here. They're waiting for that pad. And for Standby Luke, because he's already crossed over, there's no chance he gets a glitch where it needs to be. Here's the gateway tech over to the bottom. Spaceships now have the opportunity to cross for free.
Yeah, very clean gateway pad there. So well done. But like we were saying earlier, Spaceships is just taking their time. They're crouch walking around the location. The cash out is halfway done. They need to speed up if they want to, put a good attempt of stealing it. And a C4 blows up so they can take that outside area and pad up to that top area. They do it with style, but Vengeance is already behind them. They know what's going on, and they predict it. Logan, half HP, so is Detail, and Spaceships now have control of the cash out. Will they go for the steal? Vengeance, the steal comes out, and Vengeance are on the back foot now. They've given up too much space, and the data reshaper denies the C4, but what a winch! Pulls Aztrek straight through and takes out from Logan.
Slow.
Oh, another great winch. Detail goes down, and it's the Shack to win, but it's not against Logan. Logo versus Bongo in a 1v1, medium versus medium. The duel of a century, both going for a long res, and two teams are back up. Two contestants, and it's just down to this. No time on the steal, and it will go the side of Spaceships.
What a comeback from Spaceships. This fight's not over yet. We're seeing Logan just try to look for anything, but Bongo's just playing the long game here. Manages to stay alive over to the sidelines here, just diving through. Spaceships absolutely going crazy with it on that comeback. And this was the thing where they knew that by taking their time, that Vengeance was going to just try to stop them. And they gambled on that pull. Honestly, they gambled to understand, well, are they holding on the cash out? Are they holding on the main part of the building? And luckily for Spaceships, they were on the incorrect part. Now, Spaceships, they're just going to have to coin themselves here. They're just going to have to say, you know what? We lost this fight towards the end, but winning the cash out fight like that, that's what matters. So Spaceships up 1, and they'll have a chance to come back early enough on this next vault fight to possibly take control of it again.
Yeah, it's going to be a very strong hold here for Vengeance. They're in control of this cash box already. So it's really just up to, Spaceships to hit some lovely shots, and they do. Standby Luke down to half HP. And they're just going to naturally regenerate their HP. And it's, again, just going to be a fight of rooftops. Just trying to do some chip damage. Trying to deal as much of a nuisance mosquito bite to do.
Poke.
Pokeball. I don't know why I said it like that.
That's my culture. We're going to be diving in here. See Cash Out C over to the side. Vengeance is looking like they're set up for a pad here. They pad up, but that height does not match where Spaceship's sitting up. Unfortunately for Detail, he will miss a crucial winch here, but the damage is traded back both ways there. Both Bongo and Aztrack, they are going to have to move just a little bit to the side there. Detail, that's a huge RPG over to Bongo and Newful, and the winch does connect the second time there. Newful goes out, so does Bongo. Just up to Aztrack, trying to clutch up a 1v3, possibly going to find a trophy, but instead he just finds bullets in the back of his skull. Vengeance gets the plug, but Spaceships has been in this situation before. Let's watch that replay.
Yeah, wonderful replay. Here's the lovely pad RPG. Takes a contestant of two contestants, the side of Vengeance down to such low HP. And what a play. Vengeance really are showing that they deserve to win this game.
Absolutely. I mean, for Vengeance, just 2 cash outs separates them from the grand finals here. For Spaceships, they need to win 1 more cash here to bring us into map 3 and work on a whole different map. So for Vengeance, it'll be a little bit easier of a road ahead. Bongo takes some shots, and he's actually unable to cross there. Once Bongo gets back up to full HP, then Aztrack can at the very least keep him healed up across. But Bongo puts up a little bit of goo. Was that Bongo's own goo? He gooed himself off from the pad? What's just happened? Bongo, why did you do this? It's tripping and falling up the stairs. That was such a... or a debt, but we're going to be seeing Spaceships at the very least. They do have Aztrack in a good position here, and Vengeance, they actually dive off to the side there. Why? What is happening?
Things are happening, and things in life don't usually have explanations, but there is definitely an explanation for this. Padding up both sides, a lovely RPG, but it seems like Bongo is just left alone. He can't do anything. He missed the pad once again, falling up the stairs and just can't do anything. And is stuck, and they are delaying him. And I think this is it. Vengeance, I think, will take the second cash out here, as now that's the team wipe, 20 seconds, and that's not going to be enough time for Spaceships to make another push.
Spaceships had so much that they could have done there, but it was a bit of a stumble, a bit of a fumble. Genuinely, all they needed to do once they spawned was to climb up to the height of the Holto building across the way. Use the pad and the gateway from said Holto building and just make your way across. I mean, even without the Vanish Bomb, you can still get your team all the way across here. And yeah, you're probably going to take a little bit of early damage in doing so, but at least would have been better than having one player stuck. Or when that one player was stuck, don't pad yourself, or don't goo yourself off in the only pad that you have available to cross. And so it was just so many things that went wrong for Spaceships there. But Vengeance, they've locked themselves in. Now, cash point in order to bring them into the grand finals. Let's see if they can do it. For Spaceships, timer starts now to see what they can do to hold this off. Figure out, hey, can we win a decent fight up against Vengeance? Because so far, even though they got that first cash out, Spaceships still hasn't really won a team fight up against Vengeance, other than the very first.
Apart from that very first, they've been very much on the back foot, losing just inch by inch. I mean, even that first cash out, I think, was such an unfortunate loss for Vengeance. They were in control for most of it and just fell at that last moment. But now it seems like Spaceships are the one falling. And honestly, it seems like this might go the way of Vengeance if Spaceships can't do anything else here. But the pad RPG is coming out, and it's about to be amazing.
There it is. There's the pad. There's the cross. There's the dome. But there's where it stops. Logan going to be able to survive with his life there. Another little bit of extra distance over towards the edge of where Vengeance is holding. But standby loop, the ARN going to be going crazy to take out Aztract. And as Bongo and Newfold come through, possibly try to get that trophy, they will still have the rest of Vengeance to worry about as they just dive through. RPG going to be committed, just busting through the wall Kool-Aid Man style, as Vengeance tries to make sure that Spaceships cannot get this res. And that's exactly what's going to be happening here as they turn the corner 2v1 up against Newfold. Newfold gets a dome out, but in that time, that's damage not being dealt. That's one player down there in Vengeance. Well, they're still stacking up these heals. They're still standing up very, very strong. Aztract and Bongo now up again here, but what can Aztract do except try to get early damage onto players on Vengeance that are not going to die from it, as Logan survives with a well-placed goo. But that's going to be one extra pickup here for Aztract, but one is all you'll get. Logan going to be able to survive there from his injuries. Yeah, you've ended up on the other side where Logan once was holding, but Logan has with extra oomph to it. Detail was sticking the res the entire time. Vengeance back up to 3, and Spaceships just back down to nothing, as the Vault is in control of Vengeance, who will be able to choose where it gets plugged.
Yeah, I mean, this could have been a complete twist of Monaco where we saw team control. They could have waited. Hey, they could have waited the 10 minutes. And Spaceships right now could have waited the 10 minutes, but it's not going that way anymore. Vengeance plug the cash. And it's going to be the back foot again for Spaceships. They're going to need to use their gateway pad, and they've not been using it. I feel we've seen 2 games where everyone has been so scared of gateway pads, and it's cost them the game. We're going to have to see a gateway pad used very well here, as the team is crossing over to that engine mode side of the building, and standby Luke picks up Aztract, who is just out in the open, not doing anything to help.
But this is a great winch, but no, you closed the door! He closed the door, which sent the cash out back out into the open, and Newfold dies because of it. Closing the door into the cash out, never what you want to do. Now Bongo, once again, just the last alive there, as the entirety of the Angivo data center crumbles around in here, and unfortunately, this is going to be the death of you, Bongo, as Spaceships once again has to come back from the brink. And for Vengeance, well, one more team fight is all that separates them from the rematch in the grand finals.
Yeah, and a rematch it will be. But again, they can still hold this back. Spaceships still have a chance to win here. It's going to be a tough one, and we're seeing a lovely replay here. This was the fight we saw earlier over this vault. Some great shots ringing out, and just almost done by Aztract. Taking down Logan to almost 1 HP, but shots are ringing out on the real. This isn't a replay you're seeing. Real shots are being rung out, and Neufel is now in control of high ground. They're going to have to jump down on it. Not much time remains. Less than 20 seconds, I want to say, as time ticks down. Lovely goose to deny, but it's nothing is working. The steal comes out.
Oh, the
steal!
steal!
They flipped it. They flipped the cash box, and there is now Detail low HP. It's one contestant left for Vengeance, and this could be it. There's not much time left. Logan has to steal now, and there's no time. They've somehow flipped it, and this will go to map 3.
Vengeance, what? What? Spaceships just won a map without almost ever winning a team fight. They just stole cash outs and then just, what? How are we in map 3? What?
I honestly have not a clue on what just happened there.
Huh. Even Neufel doesn't know. He just typed one seg.
He thought it was
Neufel
over.
had, yeah, he's got to pee. He had no idea he was going to be here for another map. I didn't know he was going to be here for another map. Absolutely incredible stuff there for Space Troops. There's no shot that the Vengeance just lets that happen. I mean, Space Troops, yeah, they got early damage. They removed like half the health bar from the heavy. But in what world does Space Troops just get to walk on the point for free? The data reshaper on the C4, sure, 100%.
Yeah.
But did Vengeance just forget that the data reshaper was in play? Did they just forget that that was a possibility and they had no backup, no RPG at the ready, no extra barrels available to stop them? No, hey, we're already on ultimate height. We see the cash out over there. All we have to do is pad over there and then winch the guy that's sealing and then they're done, or like Goostall. None of that!
No, like nothing came out there. I mean, I feel like they felt that the cash out alarm that sounds was more of a victory alarm. I feel like that's the only logical explanation. They thought they had won so far. There is no way they saw the goof fort and went, yeah, we've won this one. We have got it.
Ah, yes. 8, nay, 16 pieces of goo. That's more than enough. I mean, I just have no idea how they were planning on countering that with anything other than the C4, even if the C4 went off. I mean, straight up, I've never seen anything like that in my entire time as a caster for the finals, because even the first cash out that Space Troops won, remember, Vengeance didn't die there. Space Troops just were able to cross into the correct side of Hospital, hold the steal, and Vengeance was like, yeah, we'll get over there, and then they never did. So one team fight the entire game was won by Space Troops, and neither of those team fights were on the cash out. Neither of those team fights were defensive. They just were granted $50,000
For free.
for free.
And hey, I'm not going to be one to argue. I'd love 50 grand right now. Hey, I'm not one to complain. 50 grand right now for free seems pretty good. So I think that going into this third map, Space Tube are going to be very motivated to win this. They are looking good in just a motivation sense. I mean, Vengeance, obviously the better team, like you were saying, they just didn't care, it seems, to stop them. So Space Tubes are just going to have that extra oomph. And I think that extra oomph might do a lot.
All right, over under data reshaper ban coming into this. I'm just kidding. No changes to the bans as we jump into Las Vegas. I'm so excited to see exactly how this is all going to be shaping out. And of course, on Vegas Stadium, anything can happen. And with no gateway, with no Vanish Bomb, we are going to be relying a lot on the gateways. And here in Vegas, that can make a big difference. Who's going to be better at getting these gateways into places where the other team just won't know?
Yeah, I mean, the gateways are a real show of how good a team is, I want to say. And right now, we're not seeing many pads with the old gateways. So it'd be interesting to see if we see any gateway pads come out.
I mean, at the very least, any pad here would be good for Space Tubes, given the fact that Standby Luke is maneuvering over the sidelines over on the Ospu's building. And with Aztrack taking early damage, I doubt that Space Shoops is actually going to be trying to engage this fight early on. But Vengeance has tapped the vault early. This is going to be a new setting for these teams to actually try to engage with the vault before the team fight is done at the very least, while still engaging in a team fight. So it's good to see that happening. But Space Shoops are trying to close the gap right now up against the rest of Vengeance, knowing that one of their players has moved over to the vault. Early RPG damage is going to be traded out, and Newful gets healed up there just barely, but Bongo, well, he's taking back shots now. And as Detail and Logan are both removed and turned into coins, it's going to be up to Standby Luke trying to finish these off. But Bongo's heals are more locked in than ever before. And Standby Luke, even though he's got height there, he's only going to be able to use it to try to keep a teammate healed up and res back. Space Shoops, though, need to start making progress and trying to get over there. Unfortunately, right now, the only thing they're making progress on is, non-horizontal movement, or non-vertical movement. They're just moving horizontally, trying to get back up to this height here. And, well, because they were struggling so hard to get back on ultimate height, Vengeance has fully reset.
Yeah, they fully reset, but Space Shoops are looking... I want to say the Space Shoops are looking strong. They almost won that team fight. And I mean, I think it is a mental game here. I think that Space Shoops have realized that they have just broken Vengeance down. They won a game where they should not have won, and their KD was, I believe, 0.3. So it really was not looking good for them.
I mean, hey, looking back at that, right, that was a different set of circumstances with smoke and goo and all that kind of stuff, and you can't really compare them, but yeah, it is always going to be about the fights that matter. And in this case, once again, when Space Shoops, they come in for this plug and they don't have time to set up, that's when Vengeance knows to collapse in. And this is one of those fights that absolutely does matter. If you are the team that runs in and you plug without respecting the life of your enemy team, then this is what's going to happen almost every single time. In fact, this is what happened to Vengeance to set them down into this lower bracket. The last time we saw them was they got the plug and then they weren't there to fight for it. So Space Shoops, they just allowed Vengeance to get vengeance on that type of play for themselves. So we're going to be seeing Bongo now come through, but Aztract, unfortunately, might be getting picked off a little bit early. Newful going to be coining back in here as well. Aztract, well, he didn't get the blueberry buff there, but finally back up to full HP. We'll see how Space Shoops tries to make their way in for this next team fight, which could be the last fight on this cash out.
It could be. I mean, it's seeming like there's some good gap closing material here. Newful is on that charge and slam, which is very interesting.
How did we not notice that?
I have no idea. He's picked on the final map to go charge and slam, which I'm very excited for. So we could see some good denial, and still the tap comes out, denial comes out, and Bongo doesn't go down, just on low HP. A glitch, just thrown for the sake of it, and time is running out. Space Shoops, once again, are such a slow team. They need to pick up the pace here and push onto that cash out fast. A gateway coming out from the side of Aztrack to get out if needed, and they're ready, they're set up. The drop comes down, and they are going to try and steal. Goo doesn't work too well.
Doesn't work.
Oh, a winch pulls them away. Logan picks up one kill, and it's down to the light. Standby Luke takes out one, and it's Bongo, last alive. No defib, but Data Reshaper unable to do much when there's nothing to reshape. And it's going to go this way of Vengeance.
Wow, I mean, Space Shoops had so much time there, and they did absolutely nothing with it. Not only that, but again, we talked before about when teams are utilizing different gadgets, that they might not have a full capability of understanding what they need to do with those gadgets, which causes them to, well, sort of stumble from time to time. And when you're operating with one gadget that you're not even using, it hurts you as a team because that's value left on the table. This time around, though, for Space Shoops, yeah, Newful's on Charge and Slam, and Charge and Slam is cool and shiny and fun every time we get to see it in pro play, but I haven't seen a singular charge, nor have I seen a singular slam. And that is reading through in the scoreline right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, Charge and Slam is, we actually saw it earlier with Rio on the cast. There was some Charge and Slam usage and some very Charge and Slam kills, but right now the Charge and Slam gets denied by the winch. Standby Luke picks up one contestant from the side of Space Shoops, and it's down to a 3v2. That Charge and Slam, like you were saying, no use there. Completely denied by the winch, and now Space Shoops are on the back foot.
No Charge and Slam, no Data Reshape, no RPG pad, straight up nothing
No
going
fun.
their way. And for Vengeance, they knew that they didn't need to get on this map at all. So they really are locked in on this fight. I mean, the fact that the cash out's already started at 14 minutes. This is the fastest we've ever had, the second cash out here. But we're going to be seeing now as, Space Shoops closes the gap there. A glitch mine is going to, will give them away. And, well, unfortunately for Aztrack, the rest of the team has already fallen in the time it took them to actually get to the point. They will have time now to, at the very least, coin themselves and get ready to come back in as a team. But this is going to be one team fight that separates it all. Vengeance just needs to win one team fight, and we know the Vengeance is more than capable of winning these team fights.
So capable. And I think as well, another thing to point out is that I think it's weird to obviously this tournament does not have any standings within the Pro Hub League season or anything. I feel it's weird to experiment on the Charge and Slam going into this final map. I think that the Charge and Slam really has not done as much as a Winch could. The Winch is such a powerful specialization right now for Heavy. It's almost needed on Heavy. And right now they're going to figure out that having Winch is so powerful because they can winch it down.
We're going to see what happens here as Detail. Well, that red barrel was going to be used to drop it in, so they're going to have to dedicate an RPG to drop it down either way. And now, as the steal comes to fruition there for Space Tubes, the kills will fall the way of Vengeance. But Aztrack, he gets the kills, but there's no time. That cash out is going to Vengeance, and Vengeance is going to Grand Finals. And Space Tubes finally was able to win one team fight, but it didn't matter. It wasn't the team fight that mattered. And that's what we've been talking about this entire series, was that Vengeance was able to win all the team fights that mattered. And yeah, Space Tubes, they were able to get a cheeky map by getting a little bit of a couple of cheeky steals on Fortune Stadium, but they were able to be fortunate enough on Fortune Stadium, but on Vegas, that gamble didn't pay off.
No, didn't pay off at all. I mean, it's such a shame because that last map and the first map were so close. It felt like two different teams playing right there. And I know Space Tubes has it in them to play like a great team. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to pull it out on Vegas. It's such a shame.
I mean, either way, though, for both these teams, it is a phenomenal learning experience. I mean, for Vengeance, even though they are a pretty well-set team, they needed to come into at least a little bit of struggle here in that semifinals match, the lower finals match, in order to make sure that they are ready for what's coming up in the grand finals. And speaking of what's coming in the grand finals, it's going to be some seriously good action. So chat, don't go anywhere, because after this, it's going to be the grand finals for LUQQQ Cup 2. get out. Let's get in. Are they in? Welcome in, Tetra!
I'm hyped. I'm getting hyped. I'm getting
Okay.
hyped for the finals.
He's
It's
got,
the
dude.
finals.
Also the fit.
Oh yeah.
The
check.
fit goes absolutely insane. Damn. Wait.
Yeah. Hey,
Even the camera can't focus. I can't focus. That's crazy.
hey,
Bro
for
is the
luck cup.
vanishing bomb. Yeah. There it is, the Luck Cup. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. Here I am, Artie. That is Tetra, and we are ready for the grand finals. Now, we're going to take a look at the bracket to see how we got here, to see who is going to be coming up against one another. And spoiler alert, it is a... Oops, spoiler alert, it is a rematch there. The upper final was Sadistic versus Vengeance, and now in the grand final, it's also going to be Sadistic versus Vengeance, who have earned their spot here. Now, the last time Sadistic was able to come through and absolutely slam dunk 2-0 up against Vengeance, and looks like this time around, Vengeance is ready to come back with a certain set about them to see what they can do. And Tetra, I'm very excited to also talk about the bands. So let's talk about the maps here first. Of course, it's going to be Nozomi, Bernal, and Sis Horizon. Very similar. We saw the last time these two teams. Going to be seeing Nozomi here. But Tetra, tell me about the bands that we are experiencing.
The bands. Now, I'm gonna put you in a position, Artie. Have you ever just kind of played a game of Rank, played a game of World Tour, and just absolutely despise the light on the enemy team?
I have, actually, every day of my life.
Every day, yeah. So we've decided with the bands to mess over both heavies and lights. Heavies have had both their weapons removed. The BFL Titan and the SA-12 shotgun have been banned. And then on the side of the lights, the H+ infuser and the glitch grenade have been banned, completely removing the point of a light, really, I feel.
This is what we were talking about. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier, where the double bans on the light gadgets tends to go incredibly crazy. But the wildest part about this for me is that we're on Nozomi Citadel, and instead of the gateway or the vanishing bomb being banned, it was the H+ infuser and the glitch grenade being banned. And both the heavies going to be reduced to really the only option here is the shack. I mean, there is a chance maybe somebody goes for like an M60 or a sledgehammer. But no, it's going to be the shack. It's going to be the shack every single day of the week. It's going to be full meta gadgets for the heavies and for the mediums. And for the lights, who knows what we're about to see? Well, we have the gateway and the vanish and the sonar here for Numb on Sadistic. Look to see Vengeance. Well, it's going to be the exact same setup over here as well. Very curious, to say the least.
Yeah, it's as much of a mirror matchup as we have had in this entire tournament. And I mean, the mirrors are facing off right now as shots are going left and right on your screens. And a member, Numb, goes down, two contestants down from both sides. And it's now down to just a one-on-one. It's over. Never mind. I'm going to shut up because it's over.
Hey, Tetra, I stepped away to drink some water for a second. What happened to Sadistic?
Honestly,
this.
I couldn't tell you.
So there we go. So Numb goes out on the staircase there with some good shots. And Standby Luke has full presence to be able to reload and set up just completely unchecked. And Sadistic, remember the team that won 2-0 versus Vengeance earlier in the day, well, they just got team wiped here. And Vengeance is coming back with such a great presence.
Yeah, so strong. I mean, they have come down from that lower side of the bracket and they're ready. They are not messing about. I mean, why would they want to mess about? It's a match that really needs no introduction. And it seems like Sadistic are going to be, unlike the teams we've seen before, they're going to be taking this charge with full force.
Absolutely. And I mean, hey, I like this start here as Mega moves to, at the very least, drop the cash out a bit. Does drop all the way. They clear the C4 as well. And they're going to drop it again, because why not? Second floor seems to be the best place to take these fights, and it will have Goo to be able to close up some of those holes. The question is, will they use them? Actually, they're going to be waiting even more. Navaz actually going to be... Oh, wait, but another C4! An additional C4! We're going to drop it one more! That was a present gifted by Detail there. The Goo is going to be used to try to plug up that hole, and now Vengeance is going to be trying to drop down and match. And sure, they will be able to clear inside, but they won't have an easy time time getting into it. We will see that that steal does not get committed to. Vengeance is still in control of this cash out, and Numb goes out, but it's a trade. Navaz is going to be able to pick up one of his own, and the defib back in play. I almost forgot about that. Is going to be able to be used to res Numb. To see now 3-on-2 situation. Sadistic has a few more resources to commit to this steal. This detail gets res back up. It's going to be a 3-on-3 situation. The winch is going to stall it out, and 2 picks towards Sadistic means that Vengeance is in full control. 1 pick here from Numb, but it's all they get. Vengeance gets the first box convincingly.
Very convincingly. I mean, Vengeance are looking so much stronger as they did before, and Sadistic, I think that 1 game break has really messed with them. I think that there's genuinely not much that they've changed here, but they are being absolutely destroyed by Vengeance. And once again, it seems like Vengeance are on a Vengeance run.
100%. I mean, they are coming back with a rebound that I've never seen before. And for Vengeance to be able to sort of win that as convincingly as they did means that I think Sadistic has kind of like been surprised a little bit in a way that they weren't expecting. So Sadistic, they are going to be in charge of this vault for the time being, but Vengeance, they're positioning themselves to have a really easy and full rotation between Cash Out A and Cash Out C. Now, remember that the gateway is still going to be used here. So we'll see what happens with Vengeance if they're going to use the gateway to try to get a rotate, but Vengeance is closing the gap a little bit. It is Standby Luke that has an off angle on the backside, but look at that, the Vanishing Bomb really coming into play here for Vengeance. They already take out Navaz. It's going to be up to Mega to get that defib. He does get it, but it's going to cost just a little bit more as Numb goes out as well. Now, no more defib on the side of Sadistic to bring back the light. Navaz getting chased down there, and Vengeance just jumping into this closet with all these guns blazing. Now they do lose 1. Maybe they lose 2. They lose 2. Mega going absolutely wild right now. And Standby Luke on standby somewhere else on the map. But wait a second. No, he wasn't on standby. He plugged the vault in that time. Cash Out A underway by Vengeance. But at what cost?
Exactly, at what cost? I mean, they've started the cash out, and now it's all in control of Sadistic. Sadistic now will have an extra bit of time that they have for free, as Vengeance now need to regroup and recoin, and it's not looking good at all.
But, well, as they regroup here, a little bit of motion on the cash out here in the CNS buildings. Vengeance has recouped. Now they have to come take this cash out with their bare hands. This is the first time Sadistic has kind of been fully in control in the sense that they are able to dictate where this fight's going to occur. And Numb almost gets caught out there, but it almost seems like a trap. Sadistic is waiting in wait, but Vengeance, look at this. They're able to get the first pick there. They're going to be able to take out Numb. All of this util is now laying in waste. Their early RPG damage. Detail doesn't even get healed up there. It's just down to Navaz, and Navaz through that exit door, but he's going to be exiting out back to the stands. Vengeance, they're here with the cash out. They have come back with a sense of retribution that absolutely sets us for a phenomenal series here.
Yeah, a very phenomenal series. I mean, there's no time for Vengeance, I feel. Apologies for... I literally have lost... That fight has made me lose the English language, I feel. Sadistic, I have no chance here, and they are going to lose that first map. And now Vengeance have come from that lower bracket with Vengeance, and it's looking very good for them.
Absolutely a powerful return to form here. And, well, at the very least, Sadistic, they should be feeling warmed up. So going into Bernal, the question is, can they do to Vengeance on Bernal this time what they did last time? Or is Vengeance about to just clean this up? They're feeling warm, they're feeling good. And I mean, look at Standby Luke. I mean, 8 elims. Again, I was like, hey, that was kind of weird that he was not involved in that last fight, but I didn't even notice that they were running the vault all the way over to the cash out. What a crazy setup here. And, well, we'll have to see what Bernal has in store. I liked the bans. No Glitch Grenade or H Plus Infuser. I liked those bans.
I also like the bans. I also think it's funny that we both forgot that the defib existed up until it was used. We had sort of
just gone.
We had the finals in a perfect world, the utopia of no defib finals. And when it came back, we were both so upset.
Yeah, it was like for a moment I was thinking that it was a phenomenal place to be, but then he
Yeah.
got defib and I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, those defibs didn't really work out. I mean, Sadistic, they were
No.
able to get early defibs both times, but I mean, for Vengeance, they just had the ability to figure out, okay, if the medium is currently not doing anything but charging up his little wires, this is the time to get involved.
Yeah.
And they had great timing. Now, they did lose that one team fight where, I mean, for whatever reason, Mega just locked in and hit every single shot. And both players that were fighting just could not hit a single thing. I mean, if you look at the back wall, if you know how to read Braille, that was like a short story with all the bullets from Vengeance that just lined it. But for the rest of that entire game, it did feel like Vengeance was in the driver's seat.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's complete flipped of script. You know, I mean, Vengeance have already lost to Sadistic in a very, very strong 2-0 win. And I mean, I'll be honest, going into this, I thought Sadistic would do the exact same and completely stomp Vengeance. But Vengeance, one up, they are looking so good.
Exactly. All that stands is one more map. And hey, I mean, we did say it. We've been saying it. Vengeance through that lower bracket run. They've come back with a great strength with which they're using up against Sadistic. And honestly, I cannot wait to see what Sadistic has in store if they're able to wake up and warm up after that last one. They are no doubt locked in and ready to go. Looks like the bans are going to be remaining the exact same here. No BFR, SA1216, no Glitch Grenade or H+ Infuser. We're keeping it. And I mean, this means that we can guarantee on Bernal, heavies are going to be on Shaq. 100%.
Oh,
there's no
100%.
other option. And this is where we can kind of see if we're going to be matching that with a CVO1 repeater, or even though that you do have the 93R available, are you going to be using it? So find out, see what's going to happen. Look to see what the lights are bringing to the table as far as the weapons are concerned, as the gadgets are concerned. Gateway, Vanish, and Sonar. Same setup both sides here. Mega, the first pick here. Using the FAMAS there up against Logan, and it is going to be Detail that goes down second. Vengeance is dropping down as Sadistic looks to win a team fight early on.
Yeah, and a very strong early fight one, it seems. Standby Luke is just going to wait out for the enemies to run away so he can res his teammates. But a very, very decisive win. I mean, a great Sona from Sadistic revealed the side of Vengeance, and it was so strong going into this. And they've got the plug. They are in control, finally, of a cash out.
This is a good look there, but again, when a team fight doesn't finish, it does leave a weird taste in my mouth. This time around, though, it is slightly different, given the fact that Vengeance did have to go for a full reset. The proximity of the vault to the cash-out station gives Sadistic a really good edge here. But Vengeance, they're rotating around the side. They're making a ton of noise, and they get revealed by the Sonar here. So this is not necessarily a free entry for them, as they have to spend a lot of time making their way over towards this cash-out. In that time, Sadistic, they set up for a push in, but they don't see Standby Luke, who has that ultimate height angle with which he's able to get insane damage on Navaz. Mega does manage to escape there, gets the defibs onto Navaz there. The question is Numb going to be able to get into a spot where he can take out one of these players? He's not going to be able to. Detail still alive. Numb and Navaz going to be able to run away, and Sadistic, they've run down half this cash out timer, and it's still theirs.
It is still theirs, but it might not be for much longer, as they've completely given up on this A. They have completely rotated off, and with Numb completely down on all util, apart from a Sonar Grenade, it's looking good for the side of Sadistic.
Oh,
and here comes
waste!
the steal. The red barrel being absolutely wasted, and the goo to deny, but the witch, the late witch comes out, and it pulls off the steal. There's such small amount of seconds left, and every
See what's
time
going to happen here.
the steal is not happening. Navaz takes out one, takes out two, is Numb, and it's Standby Luke lost alive who goes down, and Vengeance won't get this first cash out.
Wow. I mean, Sadistic almost threw that away with the fact that their red barrel was just sent into a single metal sheet, and they had to burn an RPG to get through to actually get the winch stall. But they did it. I mean, the winch stall hit at the last possible second, but that was enough. And the fact that Vengeance had absolutely no presence of mind to set Goose up in a way that would stop them from coming in and doing that is crazy. I mean, Vengeance they are finally getting a little bit of resistance here as Sadistic has won a cash out and won every step of that cash out as well. So the kiting was perfect, the team movements were perfect, the early damage was perfect. This time around though, Logan and Mega both get damage dealt to them. And Detail, he is going to get a little bit hurt in the process, but Logan is in a great spot to get those heals up. And as Numb falls away first, this looks like for the first time Sadistic could be in a bad way on Bernal. We do see the Navaz and Mega are making their way underneath here, and they are privy to where Vengeance is standing at this time, but Stand by Luke, he's gonna run away with the cash there. We've seen this before as Detail and Logan, they're just gonna stick this fight. Just up to Navaz now. Navaz gonna be able to be good for one here. Let's see what's gonna happen if Logan will let this happen once again where he loses his fight, but he gets the res on a Detail. Jack 50 in hand here for Navaz, half HP. Looks like he is gonna go down. Numb coin back in. Wait, Navaz survives this somehow. And Numb, oh no, he goes down here. With Numb coining, that is such an unfortunate stagger that they've just introduced to the team.
Yes, such an unfortunate, and it might have a bit of value here, but Numb is now up, the coin coming out, and now it will be 15 seconds until Sadistic are back as a team unless they can get the res off. And it seems like they are protecting that token. Vengeance are in control of the cash box. They're in control of this fight right now. And they just need Navaz to be coined. But unfortunately, it's still on a death timer. Sadistic, all three back up now. But the timer is ticking. It's a quarter of the way done, this cash out. And Logan taking damage from Vengeance. But it's all just making and delaying Sadistic, who are now not in control. And here comes the pad and the RPG. Navaz actually takes that one. It looks like it's actually the side of Sadistic. Never mind, Detail picks up one, Numb trades. And it's just down to two. Stand by Luke, the last contestant alive on Vengeance. Both players low HP. This could be doable for him. Needs to reload. Doesn't do it. And doesn't get out in time. That could be it for Vengeance. As Sadistic could take this and push it to a third map.
That's actually crazy. I mean, Vengeance had every right to win that push. Numb in that fight. I mean, reloading with 22 bullets when your enemy is at half HP was definitely one of the choices of all time. But even then, they were just unpunished. And so now, even though Vengeance is back, there's absolutely no time. This is one of the best gate pads that I've seen from a team like this all day. But even with that, they have to get in time. And time is not on their side. Rotating around here, stand by Luke. He's not even in a spot to be able to get counter damage on. But in the Steel Vengeance, they get fully stalled out. Sadistic going to be able to bring us into map 3 as Bernal is won convincingly. And now it's Sadistic who has the opportunity to close this all out once and for all in map 3.
And it's a complete tonal shift for this map. I mean, we went from Vengeance being so dominant to now Sadistic being dominant. I mean, what's going to happen next? There's no way that somehow we end it in a tie. So I don't know what's about to happen. This could lead to Sadistic using this momentum and taking the win. It could lead to Vengeance pulling what they did in the first game and completely dominating. I genuinely don't know who is going to win this.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're going to have the exact same bands coming into this Horizon here, but there is really no telling what can happen next. I mean, look at Vengeance's scoreline as well. 5 kills from Standby Luke, Detail on 3 kills here, and for the rest of the team on Sadistic, 11 elims pulling through. They were just winning those fights convincingly. And for Vengeance, yeah, on Nozomi, they were able to come back with an insane retaliatory presence to them, but Sadistic was able to lock in. I'm never going to get tired of that joke. Oh my God. But Vengeance ready to hopefully make something work out here on Sis Horizon because, hey, took one map for Sadistic to warm up, but figure out what surprises are left in store. Remember that we're on the same bands where they can anticipate. Heavy is going to be on the Shack, so maybe we could see some other changes up happening for the side of Vengeance to just stay ahead of the curve here. But I really have no idea why they weren't able to keep up with Sadistic this time around, given how convincing they won Nozomi.
Yeah, I mean, it was so convincing. And almost, I want to see a switch up of what we saw at the Chargers Hammer Vegas. I want to see, I'm going to say it, I want to see a bit of average man in this game. I want to see a sledge come out at some point in a tournament where the meta doesn't exist. We've not seen a single melee today. I need my fix.
I need a goose ledge, but I don't think
Oh,
it's gonna happen.
I don't think-
Unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna happen. But yeah, I mean, with the glitch grenade H plus being taken out, right? One thing that we haven't talked too much on is the fact that the light is now able to get away from the team a little bit more, and I think that Sadistic had that presence of mind a little bit more on Bernal, where Numb was able to take a little bit extra angles time and time again. This is a good motion for the team here to be able to match the spawn here. And Vengeance, they did get the close-up. The scans and sonar is going to be going out for both teams. Sadistic going to be the ones to find the information. But looking to see Vengeance try to at least get early damage. But Sadistic, they want to win this team fight here. But Mega is going to take a lot of damage. No H plus Infuser. He's going to have to wait for the old timer to kick in before he can get involved in another fight.
Yeah, and in the arena, health is only a time-based thing. The time is ticking, and Standby Luke picks up one very early on. And it's now a 3v2 as shots ring out and the dome has already been used. Now they are running for their lives. And down goes one, a lovely RPG to almost end it as Navaz is the last alive, gets finished by Logan. And that is Vengeance with a very, very dominant first team wipe.
Absolutely. They were able to respond there with a reprisal that we did not get to see in Bernal. So for Vengeance coming through here on Cash Out B, getting this start with ample time for setup as well. Looks to be extremely promising. Detail going to be able to winch this all the way out into the open. Looks very, very promising for the team. And for Vengeance, I mean, knowing that they kind of anticipate that they could put Mega into a place where they could take advantage of it. They knew that Mega would be going for that res, going for that defib. And I really loved that presence of mind that Vengeance had to just chase them down while and prevent that from happening at all. So we now see all of this util being burned by Numb to try to get back in for Vengeance, or for this fight against Vengeance. But for Sadistic, they are getting scouted out. They're making a lot of noise, and because of that, Standby Luke is going to come down and start to poke a little bit.
Yeah, and they're gonna use this poke. We've seen a lot of good poke this entire tournament, and hopefully we can see a bit more. But Standby Luke might be punished for this poke. He's down to 1 HP, but so is Logan, less than half. And here comes the heavy to deal Detail. So much damage can be dealt here, but he's not gonna be able to do much as he runs from the light. And now Sadistic have regrouped. B halfway done. The Vanish Bomb comes out, masking all three, and Mega.
Oh,
actually
no!
blocks the winch! The smoke grenade blocks it!
He just countered the entire winch from Navaz there by just hitting the smoke grenade. That's actually perfect. Sadistic, living up to their name now. I mean, gotta say, looking to see, hopefully they have maybe an opportunity to pad up and take a fight, but they're just gonna goo it off and go in here. Detail could be jumping in there with the winch to bail out some time, but unfortunately for Vengeance, that was not the right time to do so. And Standby Luke is just gonna be up to them, but I mean, Sadistic, they were able to take this almost accidentally. Vengeance had every opportunity to come in there and stop that out, but somehow Vengeance just played every single advantage that they had incorrectly.
Yeah, I'm still quite confused about the smoke winch. That was a piece of glory, and that shall go in the history books, I feel, as almost the biggest throw ever.
The smoke barrel has so much impact when it lands that
So
it can impact anything with physics, including stray goo, including enemy trophies. And so when the cash out is already in motion, you know, one of Newton's laws, if an object is in motion, it's easy for it to stay in motion. So throwing in a little smoke grenade or smoke barrel on it, that's gonna do a lot. Okay, there we go. It did get rid of that. And well, we're gonna move on to this next fight here. Is Vengeance splits up here to try and chase down Sadistic, who have also split up. And unfortunately for Detail, he is going to get winched away from the safety of those heal beams. But for Vengeance, they're dealing damage back to both Navaz and Mega. Navaz going to fall there, but now it's down to this, and Vengeance gets chewed out by Numb's ARN. What a fight that was.
Yeah, such a strong ARM player. I mean, really shown why the NRN is so useful and so powerful, and that winch. I didn't even think that hit. I thought that I barely clinched, maybe the fingertip of Detail, pulled him into the death zone. and completely changed the aspect of the fight. And now Sadistic in control of this box. They are just one away from closing it out and taking home the grand prize of $90 plus 3 Vanguard major skin bundles.
There it is. See what team is going to be able to walk away with it. One cash out for Sadistic to bring it home. Vengeance going to be trying to figure out what their motion of entry is here. Oh, he doesn't see the players of Sadistic to the side. Oh, but yes, it will land. That's going to force their hand just a little bit here, but Standby Luke, he has lost both of his teammates there. Took a little bit too long, didn't choose to go for their own jump pad, instead taking a long way up the ladder, and that was absolutely not the time. And oh no, the Sadistic, what a Sadistic play as they force Standby Luke to just take his time to die there. Now with 20 seconds on that respawn timer, Sadistic could end this all here. Only one team fight stands in the way between them and $150 plus 3 Vanguard bundles.
Yeah, it's quite a prize pool. Vanguard, once again, thank you for sponsoring this amazing tournament. Same with Luck, who unfortunately got eliminated very early on. But it's looking good for the side of Sadistic. They're so close. They can feel victory. But it could be taken away by Vengeance in just a finger snap. But it seems like Standby Luke, though, a lovely gateway, but it's not enough. As the pad comes out, this could be a huge pad RPG. It doesn't deal much damage, but it disrupts the side of Sadistic. And a winch. Oh, they misses the winch. And it's now down to Sadistic. Just time is of the essence. The C4 to destroy. And they're going to go for the steal here. Another C4 drops it down once more. And it's on the ground floor. It's down to Sadistic to deny. So little time left. A lovely winch to deny the steal. A counter winch. But it's down to the last contestant of Vengeance. Standby Luke is standing on greatness, but it's about to be taken away from him, and that will be it. Sadistic win LUQQQ 2 and take home the grand prize.
Absolutely incredible series there, but even though Vengeance came back with a force unlike anything I've ever seen, it was Sadistic who locked in for the last 2 maps to make sure that they were able to take this victory that they absolutely deserved. It was a long wait for them up there, lonely as the last players up in the upper bracket, but from the upper bracket, Sadistic absolutely have earned their place here. And Navaz, Mega, and Num, they stand proud as champions of one of their first ever tournaments as a new organization, Sadistic.
What a tournament. I mean, looking back on it, such strong plays. And I think going into those final sort of few rounds, we saw some amazing bans, specifically the defibs, specifically H+ Infuser Glitch Grenade on this final. Such a good combo to ban, completely putting Lights out of action almost. And honestly, I thought after Glitch Grenade H+ Infuser ban, I thought, hey, we might see MMH. We could see a completely different comp being played. It was really up. It was up in the air.
Absolutely, but there's just so many good pieces of gear, so many good pieces of utility, and I think in that last one as well, you can kind of see that Vengeance, they weren't able to utilize everything to its fullest extent. I didn't see many Vanishing Bomb plays there from Standby Luke that were sort of pivotal to changing how things went out, but I have to say a huge GG to Sadistic for taking that victory and making it look extremely good while doing so. And again, a congratulations for winning $150 plus 3 Vanguard Gaming bundles for TGM25. They're super beautiful. Love that white and gold aesthetic. Honestly, if I wasn't already married to the Team Secret FAMAS, that would be the FAMAS that I'm using. But you remember that you can get your own Vanguard Gaming bundle at the store in the finals. Check out that item shop there. A couple other bundles you can get out too, but no one talk about that. Sorry, all right. But GG's to everybody that competed in LUQQQ 2. And thank you to Tetra for being here the entire time there as Rio and I traded places there in the casting booth. Tetra, very happy to have you as a caster in the finals. And chat, we're very happy to have you as members of our beautiful PHL community and the finals esports community. Remember that the finals esports community wouldn't be here without you and also without amazing donors like Luck as well, who also was putting up funds for LUQQQ 2. We're excited to see what's going to happen in the future with maybe some more Korean-style band tournaments, maybe some more of our own American-style band tournaments. We'll see what the future holds. But without any further ado, congratulations to Sadistic.org for their victory. A huge shout out to Burrita for all the work that he puts in behind the scenes. Shout out to all of our mods and all of our admins as well, like Human, who is staying here throughout the entire day, making sure that all the picks and the bans and, well, the other picks and the bans were going well as well. And thank you to everybody for stopping by. This has been Luck Cup 2. We'll see you in the next one.